Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to your very own BYJU'S 9th and 10th grade channel. I'm Aishwarya and in our class today, as a part of our Foundation Fest, we are going to be looking at complete foundation class for class 10 in one video. So today we are going to be covering the chapters that are there for ANTHE, that is life processes. We are going to be looking at control coordination. We'll be looking at how do organisms reproduce. We will revise the whole chapter and end it. Let me stress on this. We will end it with a Menti quiz. So for all of you who will ask me right from the beginning, ma'am, let's do quiz. We will revise the chapter and then we are going to get started with a quiz. Yes? So I'm not going to take too much time because we were setting it up. Saurabh sir's class just got over, so we were setting everything up. So I hope now my audio, my video and my screen and what I'm writing is visible to all of you. Right? Is everything visible? Yes, we are back and ready to learn. Yes. So how long is today's class going to be? So like you know, it's a all-in-one class, right? So we're going to be looking at 3 chapters and they are not 3 small chapters. They are 3 very, very big biology chapters. So let's aim to do 1 chapter for 1 hour, right? That means that today's class is going to be, our aim is for 3 hours. It can extend, okay? And then after that, we will end with a Menti quiz. Yes? Okay, all right. So Soldier's birthday is there today. Happy birthday, Soldier. And let's wish our friend also a very big happy birthday. And I hope that all of you have your notebooks and pens ready with you. Yes, looking forward for Biology Foundation. Oh, that's awesome. I think this is Aina's first class with me. Hello, Aina. Welcome to the class. Yes, okay. For those of you who have still not received PDFs, do not worry. We will be posting them very soon. Hope is by this week you will get it. Don't worry. Yes? Hello, Sharma ji. Hello, Geetika, Aman. I can see Ashi is here. Yes, Ashi, definitely. Priyaberta. Okay, all right. I can see Renuka is here. Hello. Hi, Fatima. Yes, Aarti is here. Radha is here. Jolsna, everybody is here. Very good, very good. So very quickly share this link with your friends. Tell them also to join the class because today's class is going to be important. See, more than ANTHE and everything, this is also going to be like a quick revision of all the chapters that you have studied so far, right? Okay, everyone. So we'll not waste any more time. Everybody, let's get started, right? So as you know, for class 10, we have already covered physics. Saurabh sir has finished physics. Today we are done with biology. Khushbu ma'am has done maths. Now your last one that is left is with Kriti ma'am. That is on November 3rd. So mark the date and by November 3rd, we will be wrapping up the Foundation Fest that is going on. And this is all for ANTHE, that is Akash National Talent Hunt exam. That's going to be happening very soon. Online exams are going to be starting from 5th of November, while you know that offline is going to start from 6th. So this will definitely help you, and see, if you have not registered, I would suggest that you get registered, right? It's absolutely free, gives you an exposure, and if you are somebody who aspires to be in IIT, or you want to crack NEET, and you want to be a doctor, or if anything later on you want to be lawyer, scientist, whatever, at some point we'll have to give an entrance exam, okay? That is a given. And this will just help you feel more confident about yourself while giving those entrance exams, right? So please make sure that you do that. And before I get started, please hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, share this video with your friends, right? So do not forget to do that. Yes, okay. BYJU'S class is in Tamil. No, today's class is going to be in English. Little bit for those of you who do not understand maybe what I'm trying to tell in English, I will tell in Hindi. Because मेरे को थोड़ी Hindi भी आ रही है अभी. Yes, okay everybody, so let's get started. A quick excitement level check on the chat and then I'm going to get started very soon, okay? How is the Jeet ka Josh? How is the Josh in the class today? Josh is looking very less. And class, where is it? Normally all you 10th graders are super duper excited. Get your friends also for the class. Ma'am, I didn't cover my portions. If you have not covered, I will help you cover it now. Don't worry. Very high, very high. Yes, amazing. You want to be a neurosurgeon? That is awesome. Great. Oh my God, ma'am is speaking in Hindi. हाँ, full session Hindi में नहीं लूँगी. थोड़ी इधर उधर मैं हिंदी में बात करूँगी बस. Yes, ma'am is speaking in Hindi. So get your friends also. For those of you who are saying This Aishwarya Ma'am will never teach in Hindi, no? You get them also. Okay. Yes. All right, everybody. So we'll get started. Now, some other basic things for today's class so that we can keep our time limit, right? So you also want to make sure that we try to keep ourselves restricted and we try to finish it on time. One thing is we will take a chapter, right? We'll cover all the important concepts. Now, after this chapter, I'll give you a small 5-minute break, okay? Take a 5-minute break. Even if you tell me, ma'am, I don't want 5-minute break, take it. Because you will be very tired after learning, right? So much we're discussing, and that too biology being so much to memorize, you will only be like after a point where, ma'am, nahi, abhi nahi padna. So we don't want that. Which is why I take a 5-minute break in between. And here also, when I'm teaching, let's listen to it first, okay? I know all of you have a lot of doubts or a lot of interesting questions to ask me. But let's pick a concept first. I'll teach it entirely. And then I will do a doubt board section. And in that doubt board section, I promise you that I will definitely take your doubts. Not like I'm ignoring your doubts or I don't want you to, I'm purposely ignoring you. Nothing of that sort, okay? So in this doubt board section is where we are going to be clearing doubts, right? So let's make sure that we are focused on this thing, okay? All right. So what are we going to learn today for a lot of you who are asking me? We are going to be first looking at life processes. Then we are going to be doing, this will be the third chapter, that is how do organisms reproduce. Second chapter, that is control and coordination, okay? Are we ready, everyone? Are we ready with your textbooks? Yes? Have your textbooks and pencils ready with you. You can mark and underline the important pointers also. Okay, let's get started. Some of you have exams coming up. All of this will definitely help you for your exams, okay? Starting with life processes. Now, life processes was a very huge chapter, and it was a chapter that we had done for your midterms. Ankita ma'am had taken class on she had done a one-shot on this. We have done elaborate sessions on this also. So, life processes, you should be, of course, you guys all will be pros at it. So, we will recall life processes pretty quickly, okay? So, what are life processes? Now, life processes, as the name suggests, right? They are processes that make us alive or that keep us alive, I would say. So how would you define life processes? They are nothing but those processes which are essential for the maintenance. See, these are your keywords, okay? Maintenance or for survival. So they are necessary for us to be alive. So any living organism, whether it's a single cell or a huge elephant, right? You know that there are going to be some basic life processes that are taking place in the body, right? So life processes क्या होता है? वो processes होते हैं जो essential है survival के लिए. So इनके बिना हम जी नहीं सकते, right? They are necessary. So that is what we mean by maintenance of a survival. Now what are the essential life processes that are there? We have nutrition, respiration, transportation and excretion. And this is not going to be something that we find only in one organism. We find it in all living organisms. So very quickly, can you all tell me what is nutrition in the chat? Yes? Of course, definitely Tanisha, definitely. So what is nutrition? How do we define nutrition, right? How can we define it in the chat? Very quickly. Yes, everybody. So this is something we've been learning right from our lower grades. Know what is nutrition and what are the types of nutrition that are there. These are two topics which we are aware of, right? Yes, everybody in the chat, very quickly. Taking in food, intake of nutrients and utilizing it. Very good. Intake of food and when utilized by the body. Wonderful. Amazing. Very good, everybody. Very good. So, intake of food, right? So, one keyword is intake of food and its utilization, right? Using it for what? For getting energy, for, growth, repair, development. Very good. They are this is what we understand as nutrition. Very quickly, what are the two types of nutrition or what are the two modes of nutrition? Can you tell me? We have two modes of it, right? Yes, two modes of nutrition that are there. Very good, Ashwin. Very good. Arohi, yes, very good. Yes, Rahita, you will get it very soon. Don't worry. Yes, awesome. That is autotrophic mode of nutrition and heterotrophic mode of nutrition. Now we know that autotrophic mode of nutrition, that is auto means self, right? Trophos here means nourishment, okay? Similarly, hetero means others, trophos again means nourishment. So in autotrophic mode of nutrition, we see that these are organisms or those organisms which exhibit autotrophic mode of nutrition can prepare their own food. They are not dependent on another organism for food. While on the other hand, when you look at heterotrophic mode of nutrition, they are dependent on other organisms for food. They cannot prepare their own food, right? Now in this case, one thing to understand is an organism that exhibits autotrophic mode of nutrition is what we call as autotrophs. While here, organisms that exhibit heterotrophic mode of nutrition is what we call as heterotrophs, okay? So first up, let's have a look at autotrophic mode of nutrition. Now, when we talk about an organism that prepares its own food, the first thing that comes to our mind is green plants, right? So, give me 5 minutes, we'll quickly recall photosynthesis and then we will do a doubt board, okay? Give me 5 minutes. So what is photosynthesis? Photo here means light and synthesis here means to combine, okay? So how do we define photosynthesis? It is a process by which two raw materials, that is carbon dioxide and water, will combine in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll to give us glucose or gives the plant glucose, right? And we see that oxygen here is given out as a byproduct. Now, where is water coming from? Where is the water coming from? Very quickly, everybody in the chat. Where does the plant get water? Quickly. Yes, everybody, very good. Developer, chota sa bacha, I want all of you to focus in class, okay? Very good. Yes, it is from the roots, right? So from the soil, the roots will absorb the water and it will take it to the upper plants or the upper parts. Now we know that in the leaves, right? We know that there are small, spores which are present, right? So we know that there are small pores which we call as stomata. So we know that these are small pores or small openings which are present, and here we see that carbon dioxide. So here we see that carbon dioxide from the surrounding will enter. Oh wait, 1 second. Let's keep this and let's just go once again. Yes. Right, so we know that this is what normally happens, right? So we know that carbon dioxide from the outside enters in through the stomata, and inside the leaves we know that in the cells of the leaf there is a cell organelle known as chloroplast. And this whole process of photosynthesis is taking place inside this chloroplast. So here, that is why we say carbon dioxide plus water in the presence of chlorophyll and sunlight will give us carbohydrates, which is glucose, right? And then we see that it gives out oxygen as a byproduct. Now here, there are 3 steps to photosynthesis. So the first one is absorption, right? So if you see, first stepwise, I'll tell you. First is, of course, absorption of light energy. Then we see that there is a difference or there's a conversion from light energy to chemical energy. And then last, we see that there is reduction of carbohydrates. These are your 3 steps, which takes place over 2 phases, which means that there are 2 phases of photosynthesis. One light phase and one dark phase, or what we also call as light dependent phase and light independent phase. Now, can you tell me why we call it as light dependent? Why are we saying it is light dependent in the chat? Can you tell me? Yes? Why are we saying light dependent? Everyone in the chat. पूरी NCERT करवाओगे क्या मैम? नहीं, मैं 3 चैप्टर करवाऊंगी, life process, control coordination और how do organisms reproduce. Yes, okay. Not food made by own, okay. Sunlight is needed for photolysis. Very good. So this is in the presence. That means it is dependent, right? Very good. So it is dependent on sunlight. That means it cannot happen without sunlight. So what is that? So we know that your chlorophyll, right? So we know that inside where the chlorophyll is, the chlorophyll will absorb the sunlight. So that is step number 1. That is your absorption of light energy. Now after it absorbs this light energy, what will it do with the light energy? It will do photolysis. What is photolysis? It is nothing but the breakdown of water, right? So water molecules need high energy to break down, okay? Otherwise, we know that normally if just sunlight was there, and you know normally water is exposed to sunlight, not like water molecules are getting broken down. Large amounts of sunlight is required and conditions are needed, and water gets broken down. In the presence of light, hence photolysis takes place. Then we see that, you know, there is some amount of oxygen gets produced, and we know that NADPH and other compounds are produced. But what happens now is that light energy has now gotten converted to chemical energy. Now this chemical energy that is there needs to get stored somewhere. That is where we see that reduction or fixing of carbon that is there in your carbon dioxide. It will get converted to carbohydrates. Reduction is nothing but addition of your hydrogen, right? So that's what we call as reduction. So here it is getting reduced, right? So carbon dioxide is now becoming it's becoming a carbohydrate. And here it is in the dark phase. So that is not dependent on light, right? Which is why we call it as light independent. And it takes place in the stroma region, that is nothing but in the surrounding part inside the chloroplast, right? Which is why the balanced equation for photosynthesis is 6 CO2, 12 H2O giving you. This is incomplete still because you have not mentioned. Two things are missing here which I will write, okay? So here you will have to write chlorophyll and you will have to write sunlight. Otherwise this equation you will not get marks, okay? And sometimes they will ask you to write the balanced equation. So what is it? It is so and so. Are we clear? Are we clear, everybody? Very quickly. Yes? So far, any doubts? Any doubts that you have so far? Photosynthesis is very easy. Okay? Yes. Rahita, you will be getting your admit card very soon. Do not worry. Please stay, just keep checking your mails. Okay? All right, ma'am, please explain once again. Okay, I will give you a quick brief. Is water there in the product? Water is there in the product, okay? It goes a little bit out as water vapor, okay? All right, so very quickly, everyone, as we know that photosynthesis is a process by which green plants prepare their food. We know that carbon dioxide is taken in from the atmosphere through the stomata. You have water which is there, which is absorbed by the roots. Then we know that this is taking place in the presence of chlorophyll and in the presence of sunlight. Now your chlorophyll, so if you look at it, step number 1, it's there in your textbook also, you can mark it, is absorption of light energy, right? So your light energy is absorbed by what? It is absorbed by chlorophyll. And they utilize this light energy for the photolysis. What is photolysis? Again, some of you are asking me this, photolysis. Photo here means light, okay? Lysis means to break, right? To break down or to separate, right? So here we are separating our water and oxygen. Yes, time is precious. I am writing it and explaining it. Yes. So we are separating. So your water gets broken down into the respective ions that are there. Then what happens is that you have oxygen formation. Now your next step is to, so here now your light energy. Next one that is happening is light energy should get converted to what? Should get converted to chemical energy, right? And once this happens, the last step is reduction that takes place in the dark phase, okay? So reduction of carbon into carbohydrate, right? And in the end, what do we see? We get C6H12O6 and it will give you water and oxygen as a byproduct, and this is your balanced equation. Okay, everybody, are we good? I've given you a quick recall also. Are we clear? Yes. Ma'am, what about plants who are not green? Plants who are not green cannot do photosynthesis and they may exhibit heterotrophic mode of nutrition. Okay. Yes. Reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates. Very good. Yes. Not balanced. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ansh, for telling me, ma'am, you did not balance here. So, let me balance it very quickly. Yes. Okay, very good everybody, very good. So shall we move on? Shall we move on? Yes, Dr. Roshan, I think I've missed your doubt again. Yes, please ask me, I've missed your doubt. Do we need to learn the diagram of opening and closing of stomata? It's good to know. It's always good to know. They can ask you some diagram based questions on that. How many kinds of chlorophylls are there? There's chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B. You have various types of it. I'm able to remember A and B. Okay. Thank you, Pragun. Thank you. So let's get going, everyone, to the next part. So now we have had a look at autotrophic mode of nutrition, right? So we know what is autotrophic mode of nutrition. We know all about photosynthesis. One thing you need to know in your exam is that if they say there is a plant without chlorophyll or plant kept in the dark, right? Then you need to know what is the resultant, right? Because you know that excess of glucose gets stored in the form of starch, and we can do an iodine test to detect the presence of starch. Yes? So this is very simple and easy. Now moving on to the next part. Again, I'm going to take it in chunks. So we're going to next look at heterotrophic mode of nutrition. Now in heterotrophic mode of nutrition, we know that these organisms cannot prepare their own food and they are dependent on other organisms for food, right? So here we know that there are various modes of heterotrophic mode of nutrition. But one thing that we need to learn about is holozoic mode of nutrition. What can you tell me about holozoic mode of nutrition? Can you tell me? Yes, I can see VIP Gamer and Fatima having a conversation. Please, everybody, focus in class, okay? Yes. Why carbohydrates in dark? Simply because the reduction does not require light, right? It's not dependent on light. Hence, dark reaction. Breakdown inside the body. Very good. So, holozoic mode of nutrition is when we ingest the food and breakdown takes place inside, right? So, this breakdown is happening inside the body. Now, in our case, right? Very good, very good. So, example being human beings and amoeba. Now, in the case of amoeba and in human beings, we exhibit the 5 steps of nutrition, or what we call as 5 steps of holozoic mode of nutrition. Very quickly in the chat, can you tell me what are the 5 steps? Yes? हाँ, इधर उधर जो भी आपको इंग्लिश में समझ नहीं आ रहा है आप मेरे को बोल दीजिए, मैं हिंदी में एक और बार समझाऊंगी. But you have to slowly start getting used to English also, okay? Because later on you might have to write in English, right? You need to start becoming a little more comfortable, no? So it's going to be a two-way street that we're going to do. Yes? Okay, no problem, VIP gamers, focus in class. Very good, very good. Yes, wonderful. So we have ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation and egestion, right? So ingestion is when we take in the food, right? So I will write taking in of food. So that is what we mean by ingestion. Then we have digestion. Now this definition of digestion is very important, okay? It's a very simple definition, but it's important that you know. So how do we define digestion? You can also tell me in the chat very quickly. How do we define digestion? Yes? You can all tell me in the chat. In the meanwhile, I'll also write down. Yes. आपको जो भी इंग्लिश में समझ नहीं आ रहा है विभाष मैं हिंदी में पढ़ाऊंगी. आप बोल देना मेरे को. Yes? Biocatalysts I will tell you in just a bit, okay? Excretion of food. Oh no, that will not be digestion, okay? I'll take your doubt once, just give me 2 minutes. I'll finish this part and take your doubt about that. Very good. So it is the breakdown of complex substances into simple soluble, okay, let me just erase that part, simple soluble forms, okay, simple soluble forms, right? Or you can also say simple absorbable forms. So breakdown of complex substances where? complex substances in your food that you eat, right? Food has all the important nutrients like your carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins and minerals. Now your macronutrients, that's your carbohydrate, proteins and fats, exist in a complex form, right? Which cannot be directly utilized by our body. Which is why you need to break it down into simple soluble forms or simple absorbable forms. And once you do that, we know that it can be absorbed or taken into the body, which is by the process of absorption. Then assimilation is nothing but the utilization, right? So we see that it is the utilization of the nutrients. And finally, whatever is undigested will be egested out from the body. Yes? What is digestion meant as a metabolic activity? See, metabolism, as we know, is a sum total of all the chemical reactions that takes place within our body. And digestion is nothing but a breakdown of complex substances. This in itself is a chemical activity, which is why we also say digestion is a metabolic activity. Okay? Yes, very good, Arohi. Very good, everyone. Very good. So now let's understand how holozoic nutrition takes place in amoeba, and then we will move on to humans. Okay? So amoeba, as we know, is a unicellular organism, right? So we know that it is a unicellular organism. It has no definite shape, right? So I can say that no definite shape. Yes? So in this case, we see that for amoeba to carry out all of these steps, we know that it has certain false feet. Very quickly, what is the false feet of amoeba also known as? We know that they have these cytoplasmic extensions, right? Which help in capturing the food. So what are these known as? These cytoplasmic extensions, or what we also call as false feet. Very good, very good. It is also known as pseudopodia, right? So here we know that because amoeba does not have a mouth to ingest it and then a proper digestive system like us, amoeba will make do with what it has. So we see that there are cytoplasmic extensions which it will form called as pseudopodia, or with the help of its pseudopodia, it will engulf, okay? So when it comes in contact with the food particle, it will engulf it. Now what do I mean by it will engulf? Think about hugging something. How you will take both your hands. So if you are hugging a teddy bear, or you are hugging a chair, or you are hugging your friend, what will you do? You will take both your hands and you will put it around them, right? Same thing the false feet is doing to capture it. So it will hug and it will capture it and it will take it within its body, right? And what will happen when it happens within its body? This is where ingestion takes place. It is taking it into the body. Then within the body, we see that it will result in the formation of a food vacuole, okay? So it will result in the formation of food vacuole. Now this inside the food vacuole, we know that digestion takes place or breakdown of it takes place, right? So all the food item that is there, it will get, the complex part will get broken down into simple soluble forms. Now once that is done, by simple diffusion, it will get spread out to different parts of the amoeba. And then the different cell organelles which are there inside the amoeba will utilize the food substances which are in the simple absorbable forms. And whatever waste material is there is thrown out. So someone was asking me in the chat, ma'am, what is egestion, right? So egestion is nothing but the removal of undigested, okay? It is the removal of undigested waste from the body. Are we clear? एक और बार मैं हिंदी में भी पढ़ाऊंगी. So अमीबा एक यूनिसेल्युलर ऑर्गेनिज्म है जिसका कोई शेप नहीं है. वो हम बोलेंगे कि वो नो डेफिनेट शेप, राइट? सो अभी क्या होगा जब अमीबा एक फूड पार्टिकल के कांटेक्ट में आएगा, वो अपना सूडोपोडिया लेके उसको ट्रैप करेगा. ये दिस इज व्हाट वी कॉल एज एनगल्फिंग, राइट? इसको हम एनगल्फिंग बोलते हैं. एनगल्फ करके एक फूड वैक्यूल बनेगा जो अमीबा के बॉडी के अंदर होगा, और ये फूड वैक्यूल के अंदर डाइजेशन और एंजाइम्स होगा जो कॉम्प्लेक्स फूड सब्सटेंसेस को सिंपल सॉल्युबल फॉर्म्स में ब्रेक डाउन करेगा. और जो भी सिंपल सॉल्युबल सब्सटेंसेस है वो सिंपल डिफ्यूजन के माध्यम से ऐसे आई जस्ट यूज माध्यम बट सिंपल डिफ्यूजन के प्रोसेस के लेकर ऐसे जाएगा. ऑलराइट? और जो भी न्यूट्रिएंट्स है डिफरेंट सेल ऑर्गेनल्स यूटिलाइज करेगा असिमिलेशन के प्रोसेस से, और जो भी अनडाइजेस्टेड फूड आइटम्स है वो इजेशन के तरफ they will be removed out from the body. Are we clear? I told both in English and in Hindi. Very quickly. Yes. कोई माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया का आप फुल फॉर्म, एटीपी का फुल फॉर्म मैं बताऊंगी जब हम रेस्पिरेशन करेंगे, तब मैं बताऊंगी, ठीक है? Yes, okay. This is called as intracellular. Yes, it's called as intracellular. Yes. What is metabolism and catabolism, right? So metabolism is the sum total, right? So then you have catabolism, which is breakdown. Catabolism, if I remember correctly, is the breakdown, right? So complex substance gets broken down. Okay. What is pseudopodia? Pseudopodia is false feet. Ma'am, what is bolus? I will tell you in just a bit. Ma'am, how does assimilation take place? Can I tell you when I do human? See, how does assimilation take place? So if you have glucose, right? And you know later on we are going to learn about how glucose gets broken down to get energy. No? This is assimilation. This is how we are utilizing glucose. Yes? What is paramecium? It is a unicellular organism. Right? It's a unicellular organism. Okay, length of alimentary canal. I'll get to it, Amritesh, in just a bit. Okay? Yes, all right. Are we clear so far? Give me a quick thumbs up in the chat. Excretion is removal of nitrogenous waste. Yes, it is. Good. Let's move on to human digestive system, okay? So this is going to be a little long, okay, which is why I need you to focus, because the next part of it I'm only going to take, I'll probably be taking your doubts only when I finish this, okay, because human digestive system is quite a bit to learn and we have quite a bit to cover in this whole chapter only. So pay attention in class, okay. So now when we talk about the human digestive system, we know that the digestive system has two parts, right? So your digestive system that is there has two components, I would say. So we have the alimentary canal. Now Amritesh was asking me, ma'am, how long is it? It's between 6 to 9 meters long, right? Approximately. And then you have your accessory glands, right? Or your associated glands. Oops, I wrote something else. Just give me one moment. So you have your accessory glands. So now your alimentary canal, as you know, is one continuous long tube, okay? So this alimentary canal will start with the mouth and it will end with the anus, right? And your accessory glands are not technically part of the alimentary canal, right? But we see that they are associated with your digestive system and they will pour the secretions into the digestive system. So this includes your liver and it has your pancreas and the gallbladder. So you need to understand this particular thing. Now talking about the alimentary canal that is there. So the alimentary canal starts with the mouth or the buccal cavity. Now before you ask me, ma'am, what is mouth, what is buccal cavity? They are used interchangeably only, okay? It's not like mouth is different from buccal cavity, just that it's used interchangeably. Now your mouth has three components. It has your teeth, tongue and saliva. Now teeth, as you know, are the structures that help us crushing and grinding the food. So we bite into the food, we cut or tear into the food and then we crush it so that we can physically break the food down, right? So that is why we say it helps in chewing the food so that we can physically first break it down. Before we do any chemical action on it, it must be physically broken so that it can enter into our body. Now to facilitate that, we also have the tongue. So that helps us in mastication, which is nothing but the mixing and chewing of it thoroughly. And then all this chewed and crushed food that is there is bound together. So you imagine how you make like chapati dough, right? You have all this flour, but you bind it to make it into a chapati dough by adding some watery substance. So you add water to it, right? And then you make a ball-like thing. Something like that happens in our mouth also. Very easy analogy I can give you. So all of that is bound together by the saliva. So the saliva will bind the chewed and crushed food, resulting in the formation of bolus. so that now we can swallow the bolus into, or we can swallow it, that will later enter into the latter part of the digestive system, right? Now your saliva, apart from it being responsible for formation of bolus and binding everything together, we also see that saliva produces something, or contains, I'll not say produces, it contains salivary amylase, right? So what is salivary amylase, everybody, very quickly? Okay, I can see that now everybody has gotten distracted, so need some focus in the class, right? Everybody, I need your focus now. My mouth is a digestive organ. Yes, it's a part of our digestive system, no? So we'll not call it a digestive organ, but it is a part. Yes? Very good, very good. Yes, it's called as stylene or salivary amylase, which is an enzyme. Now a lot of you had asked me earlier, ma'am, what is a biocatalyst, right? Now, catalyst is something you would have heard in chemistry, no? How many of you remember this? What is a catalyst? Can you tell me? In chemistry, you would have definitely learnt about what a catalyst is in chemical reactions, right? Very good, very good. Yes, Ashwin, it breaks down your carbohydrates, styrene, fasting. Yes, brilliant. Fastening the process. Yes. So, enzyme or your catalyst is nothing but a chemical. So, look at this part. So, enzyme, a catalyst is nothing but a chemical substance that will increase, right? So, it will increase the rate of the reaction, okay? So, it will increase the rate of the reaction by not getting involved itself, okay? It will not be part of the chemical reaction, but it will increase the speed of it so that the chemical reaction happens much faster than it should have ideally had. Speed increases, very good. But what happens is that when you say biocatalyst, it is a catalyst produced inside our body. And enzymes are biocatalysts, which means what is the role of enzyme? To increase the rate of the reaction, right? And of course, make sure that the chemical reaction takes place. So now you have an enzyme which is present in the saliva, which we call as salivary amylase, right? So, salivary amylase, or what we also call as styrene, helps in the breakdown of starch into maltose. Alright? Now, maltose here is a simpler sugar. This is not complete digestion. This is a simpler sugar that is there. Right? And your saliva is produced by 3 pairs of salivary glands which are present in the body. One below the ear, one below a pair below our lower jaw, and a pair below our tongue. Yes? Ma'am, is this chapter important? Boards, very, very important in the board's point of view. This is super important, okay? So this is all about what happens in the mouth. Now we know that bolus is formed. Now from there, where is it going to go next? Next part of the alimentary canal. Can you tell me? Where is this going to go next? They also help in digestion. Very good. But see, enzymes at the end of the day are nothing but chemical reactions. I mean, they are chemicals, right? Good evening, Kajal. Good evening. Yes. It is going to go into esophagus, not trachea. It will go into esophagus. Very good. Esophagus is also known as your food pipe, and it is made up of many smooth muscles, right? So we see that once we swallow the food, right, and it reaches the esophagus, we see that inside the esophagus, I think I'll write here. So we know that inside, once the food reaches, we know that the inner linings are made up of these smooth muscles that will contract and relax. And this is a rhythmic wave-like. Highlight the word, underline it, write it down somewhere. It is rhythmic wave-like contractions and relaxation. And this movement is what we call as peristalsis, right? So this is what we know as peristalsis, and this does not happen only in the esophagus, but it happens across the alimentary canal, okay? So from the esophagus through peristaltic movement, it will reach the next part, which is your flattened J-shaped muscular bag. That is nothing but the stomach, right? So let me quickly go to stomach. Now stomach that is there is a flattened J-shaped structure. So I'll write it here and I'll let you take a screenshot, okay? Because I'll not be able to get this slide back. So now this is your stomach. Now we know that the stomach has gastric glands present inside it, no? So we know that there are gastric glands which are present inside the stomach. Now gastric glands will produce something known as gastric juice. Now can you tell me what is there? What are the components of gastric juice? Very quickly in the chat. There are three things. There are three things which are produced inside the stomach. Yes? Chotu sa bacha, please pay attention in class. Okay? Very good. Very good. What enzyme is present in food pipe? There are no enzymes present in the food pipe. Food pipe is just a tube-like structure that connects your mouth and stomach. Very good. Yes, very good. You have hydrochloric acid or HCl. Then you have pepsin. And then you have mucus. Okay? Now the hydrochloric acid that is there, right? Your hydrochloric acid is responsible for two things. Now the first thing is that if at all any unwanted substance enters along with the food that you eat, the hydrochloric acid will get rid of it. And the second thing that it is responsible for is to activate the enzyme pepsin. Now pepsin is present in an inactive form, okay? Now pepsin is present in an inactive form called as pepsinogen, okay? So it is present in the inactive form. Now this will get activated in the presence of HCl to give you pepsin. So this is the active version, okay? That means this is the enzyme that will actually work. Pepsinogen will not work. And what happens is that pepsin will break down proteins. So earlier if you see, we saw that starch was getting broken down to give you maltose. That means carbohydrate digestion has started in the mouth. Now protein digestion has started in the presence of pepsin in the stomach to give you what? Very quickly, what will pepsin give you? Yes? Very quickly. In the chat. Reacts only in acidic. Yes, very good. How HCl will be produced in stomach? There are inner linings of the stomach have cells which produce HCl, okay? Peptones, yes, they will not give you amino acids, okay? So, it will not give you amino acids. Complete breakdown is not taking place, right? So, here we see that we are getting peptides and peptones, okay? So, they will be getting broken down into smaller versions like peptides or maybe peptones, right? So, smaller proteins is easier for all of you to understand. Just write smaller proteins, nothing much, okay? Very good, yes. How many gastric glands are there? See, the inner lining has many. There are different types of cells. Like you will have like goblet cells, and there are chief cells, right? So there are different cells that are there. Okay? Yes. Shushma, very interesting question. I will take it right away. Okay? All right. Ma'am, humko half yearly mein 97 aaya tha. Brilliant. Arohi, you know it. Then you just keep giving the answers and we'll go through this very quickly. Okay? Yes. All right. Okay, so now of course we have looked at proteins, yes, and then lastly we have mucus. Now we know that mucus forms the inner lining, right? So we know that mucus is produced so that the inner linings of the stomach can be protected from the action of acids. Now there are questions. We have enzymes, juices, glands, so much of it is there. So what is an enzyme? An enzyme is a biocatalyst, single one that I am talking about. Mixture of substances, right? So when I have many enzymes or I have many components put together, then I call them as juices. Digestive juice, pancreatic juice. That is what we mean by it. And the last one that was there was, of course, we had, I think I missed that other one. Yes, okay. Gastric juices are nothing but juices which are present in the stomach. Okay, Arohi, I have missed your question. You can send it once again. Very good. Helps protect the inner lining of the stomach. Okay. Now very quickly, do we have Menti today? We do. But before that, take a screenshot of it. Because once I get rid of this slide, you may not be able to get it back. So tell me if you are able, if you have taken a screenshot, and then I'll go ahead. Okay. Okay, some of you are writing with me. Yes. Okay, very good. Ma'am, can we complete our full bio after watching this? Yes, of course. 3 chapters will be complete because this is particularly for ANTHE syllabus. So we'll be finishing 3. You'll have 3 more, that is heredity, evolution, our environment and management of resources. Okay? Yes. Salivary amylase is also present in the stomach. No, it is not present in the stomach. It is present only in the mouth. Salivary, it is present in the saliva. Pepsin, once again, see, pepsin is an enzyme that acts on proteins, right? And within our body also, like even the stomach, if you see, every cell has so many proteins and it's everywhere proteins are there, which is why only when food enters into the stomach, we see that there is increased amount of HCl production, which in turn activates an inactive. And this pepsinogen will not do anything, okay? It will not act, it will not do anything. But when HCl will act on this pepsinogen, it will undergo a change to form active pepsin. Now pepsin is already like, yes, let's break down the proteins, right? So then it will break down your proteins into peptides and peptones. Peristaltic movement only by esophagus? No, it is across the alimentary canal, okay? Alright, okay. What are catalysts? Catalysts are those which will increase, right? So catalysts are those which will increase the rate of a reaction. So very quickly for those of you in Hindi, right? Stomach एक flattened J-shaped structure है, इसमें gastric glands है जो gastric juice बनाएगा, right? Gastric juice में 3 components होगा, एक hydrochloric acid, pepsin और mucus. Hydrochloric acid जो भी unwanted substances food के साथ enter करेगा उस सबको मार देगा और उसके साथ वो pepsinogen को भी activate करके pepsin बनाएगा. ये पेप्सिन एक एंजाइम है जो प्रोटीन पर एक्ट करके पेप्टाइड्स बने, इट विल ब्रेक इट डाउन इनटू पेप्टाइड्स. और टू प्रोटेक्ट द इनर लाइनिंग ऑफ द स्टमक, म्यूकस, स्टमक ग्लैंड्स और गैस्ट्रिक ग्लैंड्स विल सेक्रीट म्यूकस जो इनर लाइनिंग्स को प्रोटेक्ट करेगा. ठीक है, वेरी गुड. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पार्ट. ओके, सो दैट इज अबाउट स्टमक, राइट? सो दिस इज अ क्विक रिकॉल फॉर दैट. Now from the stomach, it will go to the next part. So once it is here, we know that the stomach will churn the food and it will keep it there for about 4 to 5 hours. And now the food that is there has become acidic, right? Because of all the HCl that is there. Now what needs to happen? It needs to go to the next part, which is the small intestine. Now the small intestine that is there again. So if this is the stomach, right? So I'm just making an easy diagram to learn. So behind the stomach, we know that the gastric glands are there, right? I mean, we have our accessory glands, sorry. So here, let me quickly draw a diagram for you to understand. So this is the pancreas which is there, right? The leaf-like organ, right? And then of course, on this end, let me just draw it easily, right? Then here, of course, on top, you will have your liver that is there. I'm drawing a rough diagram, okay? So after churning and all of that, your food will enter into the small intestine. Now, of course, movement is regulated by circular muscles known as sphincters, and it will reach the initial part of the small intestine, that is the duodenum, okay? This term you don't need to know, I'm just telling you, okay? Extra information. Now your duodenum is the part which receives secretion from your pancreas as well as the liver. Now a lot of you are asking me, right ma'am, what is there in, what does the bile juice do, what does liver do and all of that. So first let us quickly look at liver, right? So it is receiving secretions from liver and it is receiving secretion from pancreas, right? So once the food has finished churning in the stomach, it moves into the initial part of small intestine where it will receive these 2 secretions. Now bile will produce something known as bile juice, right? Now bile juice has like bile pigments, it has some salts in it, and this has 2 things to do. This bile juice will first of all convert as the acidic medium, right? So we know that now the food is in an acidic medium. It will convert it to alkaline medium so that all the juices and enzymes produced by your pancreas can act on it. Now secondly, it will also do another very important process, that is emulsification. Now so far when we spoke about proteins, we spoke about carbohydrates. But till now we have not spoken about fats, right? Now fats that are there are large like structurally, if you see, no, they are very large droplets. Now, if they are very large, enzymes cannot act on it, which is why first we need to make them into smaller droplets, size-wise. Here we are talking about in terms of size, okay? So large droplets of fats need to be converted into smaller droplets or broken down into smaller droplets such that enzymes can act on it. So this process is what we call as emulsification. Write the definition down. I'm going to dictate it, okay? Very quickly. What is emulsification? It is the process by which we see that large droplets of fats are broken down into smaller droplets such that enzymes can act upon it, okay? And then we know that once this has happened, your lipase enzymes and all of them can act on it. Yes, very simple and easy. Now next up you have your pancreas, right? So your pancreas that are there produce pancreatic juice, and this pancreatic juice includes various enzymes, right? So you have trypsin that will act on your proteins, yes? Then you have your pancreatic amylase, so I'm putting a P here. You have pancreatic amylase which will act on your carbohydrates. Then you have your pancreatic lipase which is going to start acting on the fats, right? And here we see that fats will be broken down into fatty acids and glycerol, right? So this is what is going to get at the end of it. So we know that this is what is going to happen in the initial part, okay? Very quickly everybody take a screenshot, yes? Take a screenshot of this. So this is what is going to happen in the initial part. But then again, I've still not told you that complete digestion has not taken place, right? Even now, only partial digestion will happen. Whether it is by trypsin or pancreatic amylase, only partial digestion will happen. But as it moves down later into the small intestine, here we see that as it moves down later into the small intestine, we see that a complete digestion will take place. So the inner linings of the small intestine, right? Just give me a moment. Right. So if you see the inner linings of the small intestine will have intestinal glands. Some of you are asking me, ma'am, what is intestinal glands? Intestinal glands are nothing but those glands which are present in the small intestine. And they will also produce some enzymes. Okay, I am not going into the details of it. End product में in the small intestine complete digestion takes place. So when complete digestion takes place, this is what you get. Okay, so complete digestion is going to give you what? So your starch will be, or your carbohydrates, I would say rather. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, right? So at the end of it, from your carbohydrates, you will get glucose, right? Glucose, fructose, all of that you will get. All your proteins that are there will be completely broken down into amino acids. Remember this. Amino acids are when proteins are completely broken down. And fats, of course, will then completely be broken down into fatty acid and glycerol. Okay? So these are your end products that you get after complete digestion. Yes? Are we clear? Are we clear, everybody? Give me a quick thumbs up. So far with small intestine, are we clear? Yes? Please, Poonam, ask me your doubts once again. Intestinal glands are nothing but those glands which are present in the lining of the intestine that produce intestinal juice. Okay? Very good. So now, of course, what we see at the end of it is that we know that, all the complete digestion has happened, and now the inner lining that is there, so of your small intestine, right? We know that the inner lining of the small intestine has many finger-like projections, right? So we see that they have various finger-like projections known as villi, which are richly supplied with blood vessels. So due to these finger-like projections, there is increase in the surface area, and as a result, all this food will get absorbed and then it will go to different parts of the body, and whatever is undigested will go to the large intestine, or the remaining will go into the large intestine. Now in the large intestine, some amount of reabsorption of water and salts take place. But eventually what happens is that by the time it reaches the rectum, all the undigested food remains and the unwanted food material is explained or it is removed out through ingestion. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes? Very quickly. Ma'am, does villi contain blood? Yes, it does. It is richly supplied with blood capillaries. मैम विटामिन्स और मिनरल्स कहाँ जाता है? विटामिन्स और मिनरल्स आर डायरेक्टली ब्लड में अब्सॉर्ब हो जाता है. वो डाइजेशन के प्रोसेस में नहीं आएगा क्योंकि वो माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स है. राइट? मेड ऑल नोट्स. व्हाट इज काइल एंड बोलस? Chyme is formed as a result of the acidic nature. Chyle is when it becomes alkaline, right? So after it receives your bile and all of that, it will become chyle, okay? Bile, chyle, you can remember that way. Ma'am, function of villi. Function of villi is for increase in surface area for absorption of digested food. Yes? Large intestine explanation once again. See, large intestine is basically, if you see, no, large intestine that is there. Oh, I had an empty slide here. So the large intestine that is there will be responsible for the reabsorption. So sometimes what will happen is there will be some amount of salts which are good for our body, some water which we may need. So this is responsible for reabsorbing some water and some salts. Okay, it could be like some vitamins, some maybe sodium and all of that. Okay. Menti कब होगा? Menti end में होगा. ठीक है? All right. Okay. This chapter is little tricky and lengthy, but I'll tell you something. If you know this chapter, it's the easiest you will know. Okay? No problem, Nila. No problem. Chyle and bolus I have already answered. Chyle. Bolus is what is formed in your mouth, right? After chewing and all the saliva mixing, that is what you get bolus. Chyle is what is formed after you receive the bile juice, right? We see that chyle formation happens. Yes? Insulin is when I will give you answers for insulin when we do control coordination. Okay? Now quickly everybody, I told you that in 1 hour we'll finish life process. In 1 hour I have done only nutrition. We have so much more. 2 chapters left. So I'm going to increase the pace up a little. Okay? Yes. Okay. Assimilation is movement of food through blood vessels. No. Assimilation is utilization. Like what we are going to learn. This respiration is a outcome of assimilation. Right? Please, chamber कहाँ है? कौन सा chamber? Heart का chamber हम पढ़ेंगे अभी. Okay. Yes. मैम मेंटी कब होगा? मेंटी एंड में होगा. I have already told you. Appendix is a, what do you say? It is a vestigial organ, right? It's a vestigial organ that is there. Session के end में होगा मेंटी. Yes. All right. Let's get going, guys. So I'm going to pace it up a little more because now already it's 7 o'clock and we have a lot of chapters to finish. Yes. So I need you all to be cooperating with me, okay? Ma'am, 2x speed. I know. I will increase it up a little. Ma'am, will carbohydrates become excessive in dark? I think you're getting a little confused with the dark reaction that happened. Just because it says dark reaction doesn't mean that in the night time it will happen. Okay. That means that in the absence also, like for example, if there is no sunlight also, right, reduction will take place, right? But we see that dark reaction or the name dark reaction comes from the fact that it's not dependent on sunlight. हार्ट का चेंबर मैं पढ़ाऊंगी, बट अभी हम रेस्पिरेशन पढ़ेंगे. ठीक है? सो अभी हमको पता चल गया कि न्यूट्रिशन से फूड डाइजेस्ट होगा और अब्सॉर्बेबल फॉर्म में आएगा और ये ट्रांसपोर्ट होके डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द बॉडी में जाएगा. सो एवरी सेल को जो भी फंक्शन करना है उन सब को एनर्जी चाहिए. अगर अब हम क्लास में हैं, वी आर लर्निंग लाइफ प्रोसेस, या मैं पढ़ा रही हूँ, हम सबको एनर्जी चाहिए, राइट? But to do basic activities also cell require energy, right? So this process by which cells obtain energy is what we call as respiration. And because ये process cell के अंदर हो रहा है, हम इस process को cellular respiration बोलेंगे. ठीक है? So how do we define cellular respiration, right? So cellular respiration can be defined as the process of breakdown of carbohydrates such as glucose to get what? To get energy rich compounds such as ATP, or we are getting the energy currency that is ATP. So what is ATP? So many of you are asking me, ma'am, ये ATP क्या है? ATP का full form adenosine triphosphate है, ठीक है? So this is ATP and this is the energy currency of our body. Why are we calling it energy currency? Because we know that for any activity, like if I have to go buy something also, I need to pay some money, right? So for the cell also to do any chemical activity, they need to give some money. So that is what we call as adenosine triphosphate. Very good, very good. Yes, where is ATP present? ATP will be present inside the cells, okay? So what happens during this respiration process that I've just told you about? See, respiration as we know is the breakdown of carbohydrates such as glucose, right? Or it's simply put, it is the breakdown of glucose. Now, what is the chemical formula of glucose? We know it, right? Glucose is nothing but C6H12O6. So here we know that glucose is a 6-carbon compound, okay? Now, when I say that glucose will get broken down into giving energy, is it a single step process? Do you think it is a single step process? समीर मैं बताऊंगी NADPH का फॉर्मूला. फर्स्ट मैं ये कंप्लीट करके मैं उसका फुल फॉर्म बताऊंगी, ठीक है? आप अभी क्लास के लिए रेस्पिरेशन के बारे में फोकस कीजिए. ओके, व्हाट इज द फुल फॉर्म, राइट? Is it a single step process? That's the question I asked you. No, it is not. And as we go into 11th grade and 12th grade, you will realize how complex the process is. Respiration, as very interesting it is a little tedious process. A lot of steps involved, okay? And that's also what makes it so magical at the same time. So what happens is that the first thing that takes place is this 6-carbon compound will get broken down into a 3-carbon pyruvate, okay? Now, it will get broken down into a 3-carbon pyruvate. And this breakdown of 6-carbon glucose into 3-carbon pyruvate takes place inside the cytoplasm. Now, this is a very common step we observe. Now, following this, 1 in 3 things can happen, okay? And that's what determines the types of respiration. Now, broadly, we know that there are 2 kinds of respiration, no? So, can you tell me in the chat, what are the 2 kinds of respiration? Yes? Can this process be called as oxidizing oxygen? Yes. So, the other type of respiration which I want you to tell me is what we call it. Very good, very good. Aerobic and anaerobic. So, 2 तरीके का respiration होगा. Aerobic respiration और anaerobic respiration. So, aerobic respiration में हम देखते हैं कि oxygen और oxygen here is present, or this kind of respiration takes place in the presence of oxygen. While in anaerobic respiration, we see that it takes place in the absence, or it takes place in the temporary lack of oxygen, okay? So that is what we mean by aerobic and anaerobic respiration, right? So now what happens during aerobic? Let's focus on that. So let me get rid of some of the unnecessary things I've written on screen, right? And I hope all of you have taken a screenshot, okay? Because sometimes I may erase out on stuff. Or you can always come back and watch the video. I'll always recommend that. Now what happens is, in aerobic respiration, you have your glucose, 6-carbon glucose, which is broken down into 3-carbon pyruvate. This 3-carbon pyruvate will be taken inside the cell, okay? Now it is transported, it is transported to the, not inside the cell, it will be transported inside a cell organelle, which is the mitochondria. And we know that very popularly mitochondria is known as the powerhouse of the cell, no? We call it as the powerhouse of the cell. And here we see that glucose is completely broken down to give you ATP. And around 36 to 38 ATPs are released as a process of aerobic respiration, giving you carbon dioxide and water as a byproduct, right? So where does aerobic respiration take place? In the presence of oxygen inside the mitochondria. While on the other hand, anaerobic respiration takes place in organisms like yeast, right? Wherein we see that partial breakdown of glucose, or we see partial breakdown taking place, giving rise to maybe 2 or 3 ATPs, giving you byproducts like ethanol and carbon dioxide. While in our body also, despite the fact that we primarily do aerobic respiration, we see that sometimes there is a lack of oxygen. And as a result, we see that due to there is a demand, there's an increase in demand for energy, but not enough oxygen, our body will resort to anaerobic respiration, giving you lactic acid as a byproduct. Okay? So this is what we mean by it. Okay. So now, of course, this is a quick idea, and see, with anaerobic respiration in yeast, we know already in 8th grade and in our lower grades we've learnt about how this is commercially utilized for fermentation. Anaerobic respiration in humans, I'm going to deal with it once again. But now let's learn a little bit more on aerobic respiration and how we are able to generate 38 ATPs, or how at on a daily basis we are able to generate energy within our cells with the help of the mitochondria, right? And how this oxygen is coming into the picture. Because now we know where glucose is coming from. After digestion, it is transported to all the cells and glucose will enter into the cell, and then we know where glucose is coming. But where is the oxygen coming from? So that is where our next human respiratory system comes into the picture. Okay? So the human respiratory system is a structure which is responsible for facilitating our body with oxygen, right? So that oxygen can go to different parts of the body and then it can be utilized for respiration. So now the respiratory system that is there starts with the nostril, right? So nostril here is the opening that is there. So I will label this part as nostril, right? So nostrils are the two openings which are present in the nose through which we see that air. So let me maybe use a white color. So nostrils are what? They are openings, and they are a pair of openings through which air will enter, right? Should I say only air, or should I say air rich in oxygen? Can you tell me in the chat? Air or air rich in oxygen? What will you write in your exam? Air or air rich in oxygen? Aditya, no, I am not ignoring you, bache. I am going to take all your doubts. Let me finish this because we don't want to extend the class too late also, no? I will tell you Krebs cycle. Don't worry, don't worry. Yes, okay. Air rich in oxygen. Don't write only air, okay? Because the air outside has around, we have a good percentage of oxygen, around 20-21%. So it is rich in oxygen. Now through the nostrils, it will enter into the nasal cavity. Now the nasal cavity is this whole portion that you see here, whose inner linings has hair and mucus that will trap any dust or unwanted particles that may enter, okay? And from there, it will go into the common opening, which is the pharynx. It is a common opening for both your mouth as well as the, it is for food as well as mouth, right? And from there, it will go into the larynx, which is also the voice box. Now, can you all tell me why the voice box is situated as a part of our respiratory system? Why is the larynx located here? Can you tell me? Little bit of physics, right? Why is larynx situated where it is? Can you tell me in the chat? I will be taking your doubts. Don't worry. Let me just finish this and I'm going to do it, okay? Very quickly. Kanchan, I will tell you this. When I finish this, I'll do a doubt board section and I'll take all your doubts. Yes? To prevent collapse. Okay. Yes. Very good. To produce voice, right? So you've learned in sound, no? That in order for us to produce sound, vibrations need to be there, right? And for vibrations, we need air, right? Very good. Yes, so that we can speak. So larynx is situated where it is as there is movement or passage of air, right? Now your larynx that is there will eventually now lead to the next part, which is the trachea or the windpipe. So next part here that we have is the windpipe or the trachea. Now like you all told me, the trachea have incomplete C-shaped cartilaginous rings. Lot of terms. So I will write it down, right? So they have incomplete C-shaped, or you can just write C-shaped, okay? This incomplete is actually not necessary. C-shaped cartilaginous rings, right? So we have these rings that will support them. Now can you all tell me why they require these C-shaped cartilaginous rings? Why not full? You know, right? Why is it incomplete like this? Why are we not having something that will fully cover it? That's very good for them, no? Very good. Yes, so that air does not pass, right? So basically it has these structures so that it does not collapse. But why are we not having a complete thing for extra protection? Can any of you tell me? It will collapse if it is there. Okay. Yes, Kalpesh. Very good. Because of food pipe. So see, just behind this, we have the esophagus. And we know when we swallow, your peristaltic movements are there, no? So you also require some amount of flexibility for the esophagus to function. Which is why we don't have complete rings. We have incomplete C-shaped rings that will prevent the collapse and also make sure that food passes through. Yes? So I hope now you know, okay? Yes, VIP gamer, I need you to focus in my class, okay? Please. Alright? Okay. Lot of Hindi mein padhao, I can see. Right? Yes. Oh, that's a very interesting question, Fakar. I'll definitely answer this. Okay, but they are separated. They're not, see, they're separated, but they're kept here, close by, right? It's not like they are one thing. They are separated, right? हिंदी में पढ़ाऊंगी, आप थोड़ी देर रुक लीजिए, मैं एक और बार हिंदी में समझाऊंगी, ठीक है? Yes. So now of course your trachea will go down, it will bifurcate into two forming bronchus, right? So a single one is labeled, which is why we call it as bronchus, but both together form bronchi and they enter into the lungs, right? And inside the lungs they will branch out further and they will end in these grape-like structures or air sac structures that you see, which are called as alveoli, right? And a single one is what we call as alveolus. Yes? So one more time, हिंदी में मैं बताऊंगी human respiratory system के different parts में. तो हम human respiratory system का starting part होगा nostrils, जहाँ पे जो दो openings है through which air enter करेगा. नॉस्ट्रल से नेसल पैसेज जाएगा, जहाँ नेसल कैविटी या नेसल पैसेज जाएगा, जहाँ पे इनर लाइनिंग्स में हेयर और म्यूकस है जो अनवांटेड पार्टिकल्स को ट्रैप करेगा, और वहां से एयर डायरेक्टली कॉमन पैसेज पर जाएगा जो फेरिंग्स है. फेरिंग्स से वो लैरिंग्स जाएगा, लैरिंग्स से सीधा वो ट्रेकिया जाएगा. ट्रेकिया के बाहर इनकम्प्लीट सी शेप्ड रिंग्स है जो दे मेक श्योर दैट कि ट्रेकिया कोलैप्स नहीं होगा. और इसके पीछे we also have our esophagus to sort of facilitate that. और ट्रेकिया के इनर लाइनिंग्स पे हम सीलिएटेड सीलिया देखेंगे जो कोई भी अनवांटेड सब्सटेंस है वो उसको भी बाहर कर देगा. फर्दर नीचे ट्रेकिया बाइफर्केट होके ब्रोंकाई फॉर्म करेगा. ब्रोंकाई ब्रांच कर करके ब्रोंक्यूल्स बनेगा और योर ब्रोंक्यूल्स विल एंड इन alveoli. Okay? Yes. Now, very good, Kajal. We have about 300 million alveoli, right? And there was a very interesting question asked. How does the lungs facilitate or increase efficiency of gaseous exchange? But before I tell you that, no, you should know what is gaseous exchange. So this right here is a single alveolus. And as you can see, it is a huge, it is a air sac-like structure, right? And we see that the alveoli here are also richly supplied with blood vessels, okay? Or I'll say blood capillaries, right? So now what happens is that the air that we are breathing in, air we breathe in has more amount of oxygen that I'm going to represent in this red color. While the blood that you see, right? Blood is coming from where? It's taking all the cells and assuming the cell here. So we have one cell. This one cell has done cellular respiration. It has utilized glucose and everything. It is giving out carbon dioxide as a byproduct. Now this carbon dioxide cell doesn't want. Cell is like, no, get out of me. I don't need you. So what blood will do? Blood will be like, okay, let's get rid of carbon dioxide. So this carbon dioxide will be transported by the blood. Now your blood has more amount of carbon dioxide. While naturally in the air, we have only 0.04%. So very little carbon dioxide. Vice versa, if you look at the blood also, you see that blood does not have enough oxygen. Very little oxygen. It has used everything. Now, very simple. Simple diffusion is going to happen. Oxygen from the alveoli will diffuse into the blood, right? So simple diffusion takes place, and diffusion is nothing but movement of substances from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration, right? And similarly, carbon dioxide from the blood will go into your alveoli. And this is not happening one after the other. They're not like, okay, oxygen, please go first, then I shall go. No, it's a simultaneous exchange process, right? Which is why we see that gaseous exchange takes place. Now, the question is, how are the lungs so efficient to do gaseous exchange? That you need to think about the alveoli once again. Now, the alveoli, like I told you, are air sac-like structures and they are thin-walled, okay? So, we see that they are thin-walled, which also facilitates gaseous exchange. But Kajal told us, right? Kajal is like, ma'am, 300 million alveoli are there, okay? Question is, why do we need 300 million? Why can't we have one big alveoli to do the job? Why are we having 300 million alveoli? Can you all tell me what is the reason behind having 300 million alveoli? Can you tell me? Yes? Can you all tell me? I will explain. Don't worry, Baba. Don't worry. I will explain it once again. Yes. For respiration process. Okay. Alright. Very good. Because of complex body. Millions of increased surface area. Very good. See, that is the main thing. So, you've learned about surface area in math, right? So, it's as good as if I have one huge tissue paper to wipe a floor and instead I have maybe smaller tissue papers, right? Many smaller ones, right? So, basically what's going to happen, the amount of time it will take to absorb water, right, will be more when compared to here because of the surface area, right? So, basically, smaller the size, more surface area for diffusion. So how are lungs able to do that? Because they are accommodating 300 million alveoli in the body that effectively increases efficiency of the gaseous exchange. That is why this is very, very important. They are how they are to increase surface area for gaseous exchange, right? And now what happens? Because there's increased surface area for gaseous exchange, it happens so fast, your carbon dioxide will then be expelled out, right? So this process of it entering into the body and air rich in oxygen entering, air rich in carbon dioxide exiting is all what we call as breathing. So breathing is nothing but the process of taking in air and taking out air from the lungs, right? So we know that taking in air is what we call as inspiration or inhalation, yes? While expiration that is there is nothing but the removal or expelling out of air. Inhalation is taking air rich in oxygen. Expiration or exhalation is removing of air rich in carbon dioxide. Now there was another very quick question on it which I will take first, right? On fishes, right? So how are fishes able to breathe? Or why is the breathing rate more in fishes? Why do fishes breathe more than we do? Again, simply because of how much, because see, there's not a lot of dissolved, again, coming back, fishes that are there are underwater, right? So, if they are underwater, no, oxygen is available in the dissolved form, which is again not easy for them to take. Unlike us who have a very big advantage of the fact that we are on land and we get gaseous oxygen directly. We are at a greater advantage. So that's why terrestrial organisms have a greater advantage than aquatic organisms because of the availability of gaseous oxygen over dissolved oxygen. So they need to keep taking in more and more of it so that they meet how much ever oxygen requirement that is there. Right? And we know that they take in the water that has oxygen in it through the mouth and then it will go into the gills, and inside the gills we see that gaseous exchange takes place. Okay? And of course, last but not the least, we're going to look at anaerobic respiration and then wind up. Now, anaerobic respiration takes place in our muscle cells during certain conditions. Okay? So, most often than not, we do aerobic respiration. But in some cases, like in athletes, what happens is that when there's a large demand for energy, imagine they need so much energy, okay, and they require this much amount of oxygen to, produce that much energy. By breathing, they will only be able to get this much oxygen, which means that there's a temporary deficiency of oxygen, right? There is some amount of oxygen which is not enough for the body. And at that time, in the absence of it, this pyruvate will be broken down into lactic acid so that it can meet its energy demand, right? And that's why sometimes accumulation of lactic acid causes muscle cramps. So with this, if you see, I have quickly done our respiration also. Before I go ahead, I'm going to take a doubt board because I know all of you have lots of doubts. Are we clear so far? Yes, okay. VIP Gamer and Ashu is having a nice conversation, but I need you all to focus, both of you. Okay. First, breathing and respiration. Okay, very simple and easy. Breathing is a physical process where we just breathe in air rich in oxygen and give it out, right? While respiration here on the other hand is a chemical process, okay? So we see that this right here is a chemical process. What is light and dark reaction, okay? All right, so light reaction and dark reaction are both something which we find in photosynthesis. Okay, so in light reaction, we know that this is dependent on light, mainly photolysis that we know, which is the breakdown of water. And then dark reaction is where it's taking place. It's not dependent on light basically, but here we know that reduction of carbon dioxide takes place in carbohydrates. Okay. All right. Ma'am is reaching the age of adolescence done in... No, it's not done yet. Okay, let me just bring this laptop close by. It is not done in grade 8. It is yet to be done. Okay. Doubt. Ma'am, NADPH ka full form kya hai? Yes, I will do this. Okay, what is the full form of NADPH? So this is a very huge one. I'm nicotinamide diadenine phospho... nicotinamide diadenine diphosphohydrate, I think. I'm just going to quickly write it because I don't remember this, but I'll write it once again. Adenine. Oh, it's dinucleotide, sorry. Now this H comes when the hydrogen is added, okay? What is epiglottis? Epiglottis is a flap-like structure which is present, which closes the opening of the windpipe so that food enters only into the food pipe and not into the windpipe, okay? Difference between breathing and respiration, right? I've already written breathing is a physical process where we know that it is the intake and intake of air rich in oxygen and giving out air rich in carbon dioxide. And here also we see that the rib cage and the diaphragm are involved in this. While in respiration it is a chemical process which takes place inside the cells, okay? Epiglottis, Ansh, I have just answered. Are we clear with epiglottis? मैम कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, हिंदी में एक्सप्लेन करो कि which part have you not understood? आप मेरे को बोल दीजिए, मैं हिंदी में एक और बार पढ़ाऊंगी. Short summary, okay. All right. Yes, I forgot the last part. I'll be honest, okay. I forgot this part. That's why I googled. I'll be honest with you. I'm not lying. I forgot what was D. Yeah. For any specific function of pharynx? No, it is a common opening. Okay, it's a common opening. Ma'am, function of diaphragm. See, diaphragm that is there, no? So I'll just empty this. Diaphragm that is there is a muscular dome-shaped structure that separates your chest cavity from the abdominal cavity, right? So that is the difference. Okay, difference between chest, diaphragm. Yes, I know, right? Thanks. मैम अभी तक एक कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है आपने जो भी पढ़ाया. ओहो, आई फील वेरी सैड. ठीक है, मैं हिंदी में एक और बार समराइज करूंगी. राइट, सो रेस्पिरेशन क्या है? वो नथिंग बट एक केमिकल प्रोसेस है जहां पे ब्रेक डाउन ऑफ ग्लूकोज, राइट? ग्लूकोज विल बी ब्रोकन डाउन. ग्लूकोज ब्रेक डाउन होके हमको एटीपी मिलेगा जो एनर्जी है, राइट? ये एटीपी क्या है? ये this is what is utilized, right? ये utilize होगा for your basic reactions. Yes? So now of course in our body, हमारे body में aerobic respiration का प्रोसेस होगा, जहां पे ये ब्रेक डाउन ऑफ ग्लूकोज ऑक्सीजन के प्रेजेंस में होगा. सो ऑक्सीजन एक गैस है जो हमारे एटमॉस्फेयर पे है. तो जब हम ब्रीद इन करेंगे, इनहेल करेंगे एयर जिसमें ऑक्सीजन रिच है, वो बॉडी के अंदर आएगा. तो अभी इट विल एंटर. सो नॉस्ट्रल के ओपनिंग से, नॉस्ट्रल से नेजल कैविटी आएगा, नेजल कैविटी से डायरेक्टली फैरिंग्स जाएगा, फैरिंग से लैरिंग्स, राइट. लैरिंग से कहां पे जाएगा? लैरिंग से ट्रेकिया. सो ट्रेकिया को हम विंड पाइप भी बुलाएंगे, राइट. ट्रेकिया में ये बाइफरकेट होके ये ब्रोंकाई फॉर्म करेगा, राइट. और ये ब्रोंकाई लंग्स के अंदर जाएगा. तो लंग्स एक स्पॉन्जी टिश्यू है, राइट. सो लंग्स एक स्पॉन्जी ऑर्गन है जिसके अंदर में मेनी एल्वियोलाई होगा. ये एल्वियोलाई क्या है? एयर सैक लाइक स्ट्रक्चर्स है जिसके अंदर जो रिचली ब्लड सप्लाई, जिसमें बहुत सारे ब्लड वेसल्स होंगे. इसके अंदर हम गैशियस एक्सचेंज देखेंगे. और क्योंकि हमारे पास 300 मिलियन एल्वियोलाई है, सरफेस एरिया ज्यादा है ये प्रोसेस होने के लिए, इसीलिए ज्यादा ऑक्सीजन और ये गैशियस एक्सचेंज होगा यहाँ पे. Of course, उसके बाद टेम्पररली जंप व्हेन वी आर डूइंग फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज, राइट, उस समय ज्यादा एनर्जी का नीड है, उस समय हम एनारोबिक रेस्पिरेशन करेंगे. आई होप दैट आई हैव क्लैरिफाइड दिस. What is the function of anaerobic respiration? In our body, anaerobic respiration takes place when there is a temporary deficiency of oxygen, right? Okay. इस वीडियो के बाद हमें और पढ़ने की जरूरत है क्या? नहीं. ये 3 चैप्टर्स आपको क्लियर हो जाएगा. एब्डोमिनल कैविटी ये लोअर पार्ट है जहां पे स्टमक, इंटेस्टाइन वो सब आएगा, वो एब्डोमिनल कैविटी है, ठीक है. स्फिंक्टर मसल्स, स्फिंक्टर वो सर्कुलर मसल्स होगा जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट और रिलैक्स करता है. क्रेब्स साइकिल वेरी क्विकली. क्रेब्स साइकिल एक स्लाइटली ट्रिकी कॉन्सेप्ट है, पर लेकिन क्या होता है कि ये पाइरूवेट है ना, ये पाइरूवेट एक्चुअली एक साइकिल के अंदर एंटर करता है. ओके, सो ये पाइरूवेट एक्चुअली फर्स्ट इट विल गेट कन्वर्टेड टू सर्टेन कॉम्पाउंड्स. मैं ज्यादा डीप में नहीं जा रही हूँ, राइट. इट विल गेट कन्वर्टेड टू सर्टेन कॉम्पाउंड्स और एक साइकिल में वो एंटर करेगा. इस साइकिल से थोड़ा वी सी दैट देयर आर वेरियस कॉम्पाउंड्स जो जनरेट होगा, और व्हाट हैपेंस इवेंचुअली इज ये साइकिल से बाहर होके इट विल गो टू वन प्लेस जहां पे एटीपी फॉर्मेशन मिलेगा. So Krebs cycle is like a continuous cycle which is constantly taking place so that it facilitates the formation of certain compounds that are needed for the formation of ATP. NCERT और NCERT exemplar बहुत ज्यादा है अंत एग्जाम के लिए, बट बहुत सही से पढ़ना, ठीक है. ओके, मुझे पूरा समझ में आया मैम. अमेजिंग. मेरी हिंदी भी थोड़ी इंप्रूव हो रही है, ठीक है. What is the role of acid in stomach? We know that in the case of, like I told you, no, in the case of the stomach, 2 things are there. Acid is necessary for getting rid of unwanted particles, and of course to activate your pepsin. ठीक है? Very good. All right. Very good. Produced. What happens when, see, in our body alcohol is not produced. In our body the byproduct is lactic acid. Okay, alcohol is produced only by yeast, microorganisms. कब तक क्लास चलेगा? बहुत होपफुली 9:30 तक, राइट, बिकॉज बहुत ज्यादा चैप्टर्स है और आपको बहुत सारा डाउट्स है, इसीलिए थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है. No doubts. Brilliant. 2 more hours. Yes, thank you VIP gamer. I'll try to wind it up in the next 2 hours. Okay, let's go to the next part, which is transportation. Okay. See, you know nutrition, you know respiration, right? Food from the digestive system is reaching the cells, right? अभी respiratory system से oxygen भी cells जा रहा है. ये कैसे जा रहा है? वहां पे ये ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम इज कमिंग इनटू द पिक्चर, राइट. सो इन द केस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन प्लांट्स में भी होगा और एनिमल्स या ह्यूमंस में भी होगा. सो फर्स्ट लेट अस लुक एट ह्यूमंस, राइट. सो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम हमारे बॉडी में हम सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम बुलाएंगे, और सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम में इफ यू सी You have three components. You have blood, I just said biology, sorry. You have blood vessels, and you have heart, okay? So very quickly we'll look at blood. Now we know blood is something we've already learnt about, which is the fluid connective tissue, no? So we know that this is the fluid connective tissue in our body, right, which is made up of plasma. It has plasma in it, which is the fluid part, right? So this right here is this fluid part, which is normally yellowish in color. Now apart from that, you have the cellular part, okay? So this right here is the cellular part, which has various cells such as RBCs, WBCs and platelets. Now when we talk about plasma, we know that plasma is mainly made up of water. So around 90% of it is just water and around 10% of it has other things. Now plasma is responsible for transporting enzymes, it's responsible for getting rid of waste materials like urea, right? So it's responsible for all of that. While on the other hand, when we talk about blood cells, right, we see that blood cells here are, you have your RBCs, you have your WBCs and you have your platelets. Now your RBCs are red blood cells and they have their red color because of a pigment known as hemoglobin. Now if you remember, I told you that oxygen is transported by the blood, carbon dioxide is brought by the blood. So how are they getting transported? That is where hemoglobin comes into the picture, okay? So hemoglobin is something wherein we see that hemoglobin is a pigment which imparts red color to the blood. And apart from that, we also see that this has high affinity. Now, what do I mean by high affinity? You'd have heard about this when you were learning in chemistry, right? High affinity to certain things, which means that this has a higher chance of reacting, right? So here hemoglobin has high affinity to oxygen. So it is best friends with oxygen, right? So whenever it sees oxygen, it wants to give oxygen a ride. Like, hey, come, let's go on a ride. So that's how RBCs are able to transport the oxygen, because hemoglobin, which is present in the RBCs, will help in transport. So it will form something known as oxyhemoglobin. It's a temporary compound which is formed and this will transport it, and once it reaches the cell, the oxygen will be diffusing into the cell. So that is all about red blood cells. Now we have white blood cells. White blood cells are also known as white blood corpuscles, which are responsible for fighting against pathogens. Okay, I'll make it very simple for you. What are pathogens? They are nothing but harmful disease-causing microbes. Then you have platelets. Okay, now platelets are responsible for blood clotting. Now sometimes when we go cycling, you know, we always know, right? When we go cycling, sometimes it would have happened to us. It has happened to me millions of times that I've gone cycling, I've gone tripped over something and I fell down and I got a hurt. How many of you have had this? Sometimes this happens, no? Like when we go cycling and then we hurt ourselves. Yes? Or you would have seen our friends getting hurt, right? That normally happens. Yes? So now in this case, if you see, right, what happens is that whenever we have an injury, right? Yes, a lot of you are saying, ma'am, me thoda. Yes. So this happens, and when there is an injury. Now, injury need not always be external, right? The injury I told you about is external. But you could have internal injuries also. Internally, there could be some damage that took place. So what happens is that for both injuries, external and internal, your platelets will be responsible for clotting. So if there is a cut, right, it will come and it will seal the cut so that blood doesn't go. So this is all about components of blood, okay? Yes, okay, what happened, Alsmi? I think because you asked it way too many times, maybe they assumed that it was a spam chat. Please don't get upset about it. You can send me your doubt now. I will have a look at it, okay? Don't get upset. Hemoglobin gives red color to blood. Yes, it does. RBCs are biconcave. Yes, it is. Okay. Any more doubts, everyone? Very quickly. Yeah, please don't fight. What's happening? Don't fight in the chat. I'm not seeing it in between, but don't fight, okay? All right. Ma'am, which disease in which? Hemophilia. The platelets, we are not able to clot it properly. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay, in MCQ, please tell me, What is a byproduct of anaerobic respiration? Yes. Very good. Very good. Alsmi, that is the correct answer. Answer is ATP, because in our body, if they have specified anaerobic respiration in humans, carbon dioxide is not produced. It's only lactic acid and ATP. Okay? बाइकॉनकेव ऐसा शेप होगा, आप लेंस में पढ़ाए होगे ना, दोनों तरफ ऐसे बाइकॉनकेव. ठीक है मैम? वाई इज ब्लड सो रेड? क्योंकि हीमोग्लोबिन है. ठीक है? इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. यस, सिकल सेल अनीमिया एक ऐसा कंडीशन है जहां पे ब्लड सेल्स ऐसे सिकल कंडीशन ऐसा होगा, और क्योंकि उनका शेप चेंज होगा इसीलिए वो it will affect the flow of blood, right? Yes, all right everybody. Ma'am, everything is हाँ सभी तरफ physics. I will teach both in Hindi and English. This is an ongoing war. Let me just take a sip of water. But this is always like an ongoing war in my class. Okay, Hindi, English. So I will try to find that balance between two. All right. Okay, everybody. Okay. I'm not ignoring anybody. Launch dhamaka la do, ma'am. Definitely. It's coming very soon, no? I'll do English, right? Something is there. No, that's just how my bottle is. Don't get worried, right? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. So now that we've learned about components of blood, right? See, this also is something you've already studied. That's why I'm going a little bit faster here, okay? So now you know you have components of blood, and mainly you know that in this case, right? Going back, your red blood cells are responsible for transport of oxygen. Your white blood cells are responsible for fighting against pathogens. Platelets are responsible for clotting, right? Now your carbon dioxide is also transported by the blood, okay? So your hemoglobin also to a certain percentage helps in transport of carbon dioxide, and the remaining carbon dioxide is actually transported by your plasma, okay? So now you know mainly right now what is of our focus, knowing how carbon dioxide and how oxygen is getting transported, yes? Now, for blood to flow in our body, right? It's not that blood is just randomly there. No, blood is flowing. And to flow, it needs a certain channel, which is where your blood vessels come into the picture. So, how do you define blood vessels? They are nothing but channels, or you can say they are tubes through which blood flows. Okay, very simple and easy. Now, of course, you have three kinds of blood vessels. You have arteries. I'm going to start with arteries. Then you have veins, and then you have capillaries. Okay. So actually what we'll do is we'll rearrange the order a little bit. So we will do arteries, capillaries, and then we will learn about veins. Okay. So what are arteries? Arteries are nothing but blood vessels that carry blood away from the heart. Okay. So if this is the heart, all blood vessels that take or that go away from the heart or that transport blood away from the heart is what we call as an artery. Most often than not, they carry oxygenated blood. Okay, term coming in. We are saying that it is carrying oxygenated. What do I mean by oxygenated? It is nothing but oxygen rich. Okay, so here it transports oxygen rich blood. Now focus on the fact that it says mostly. Now, because it is transporting blood away from the heart, we also see that it has thick walls, okay? So, it has very thick walls and valves are absent. Now, hold on to this point a little bit, okay? Why valves are absent? I will come back to this once again. Now, what happens is that your arteries are pretty huge blood vessels, okay? Which is why your arteries will further branch out to form arterioles. So your arteries cannot directly go to cells, okay? So if it's going away from the heart, we see that, and it's carrying oxygen-rich blood, it is going towards the cells only because your cells are waiting for oxygen. Now the thing is, arteries are really huge. Cells are very tiny, okay? So arteries cannot go directly and transport it. which is why we see that arteries will further branch out to form arterioles, right? And we see that these arterioles that are there will further branch out to form capillaries. Now capillaries here are thin-walled, okay? And they are only one single cell thick, okay? So we see that they are only one single cell thick. And what happens here is that because they are so thin, the oxygen can easily diffuse out, okay? Oxygen will move out of the blood. But at the same time, you also have your carbon dioxide. So here your carbon dioxide which is there in the cell. So this capillaries will surround the cells, okay? Now what happens is that from the cell, your carbon dioxide will also enter into the bloodstream. Now all these capillaries will join together to form venules, and all these venules will join and they will form veins, okay? So you now know arteries, arterioles, capillaries, right? Diffusion takes place, gaseous exchange takes place. Then from there what do you have? You have your capillaries joining to form venules, venules joining to form veins, okay? Now we have veins that carry blood towards the heart, okay? So your veins are responsible for carrying blood towards the heart, all right? And we see that they mainly carry deoxygenated. So again, term coming in, deoxygenated. That means very little oxygen or more amount of carbon dioxide. Now these are relatively having thinner walls, and we have valves which are present. Hold on to this point also to prevent the backflow of blood. So now here if you see, right, in this case, no, if you see here, we have something of valves. We are talking about valves that are here. So what are these valves, right? Why are we talking about it? Now valves are nothing but flap-like structures, okay? Now I'm sure you would have seen doors which open only on one side. No, if you come from the other side, you will not be able to open it, or you have to only push it a certain way. So valves are structures. They are flap-like structures which do not prevent the backflow of blood. So that means only one-way movement of blood is possible, okay? It cannot go the other way around. But why is this so important? Why do only veins have it and not arteries? What is the reason behind that? So the reason is very simple. If this is your heart, right? You know that heart is a pump, no? So heart is a pump, and heart is always beating and pumping blood to different parts. And if your artery is going away from the heart, that means that there is no chance in which the blood will go back, because the heart is constantly working, right? So it's constantly pumping blood. That means that there is no point at which it will come back. So in this case, if you see pressure through which, or if you see the flow rate or the pressure through which the blood will flow through the artery is pretty high, which is why there is no need for a valve. But on the other hand, if you look at the vein is coming from maybe some cell or some organ, right? Apart from your heart, nothing else is a pump. So what happens is that when it goes, no, blood will be flowing like this, okay? Slowly it will go, which is why chances of backflow in veins are higher. Always think of it. From when a river comes from mountain, no, it will come with so much pressure, right? Because it's flowing in that thing, so much pressure. No point at which it will go back. It's coming only in one direction. But sometimes if you look at a stream and all, no, it will be going very slowly, right? Sometimes it can, turn around. Can give that kind of an analogy, right? Valves have only entering and no reverse. Very good. Yes. Where does carbon dioxide go? Because fresh blood doesn't have carbon dioxide. I will tell you in some time, Aditya. Okay? Alright. So now we know about our blood vessels, and quickly we will move on to learning about heart, because this is our main part. Okay? Quickly once again I'll repeat it. हमारे body में 3 kinds of blood vessel होगा. Arteries, capillaries और veins. Arteries वो blood vessels होते हैं जहाँ पे arteries वो blood vessels होते हैं जहाँ पे वो blood heart के away take away करता है. It takes it away from the heart, right? अभी artery oxygenated blood या oxygen rich blood transport करता है. आर्टरीज में valves absent है क्योंकि वो blood को heart की away, it is taking it away from it, right? तो valves की there is no need of it. ये arteries further branch करके arteriole form होगा, वो थोड़ा smaller diameter में, और ये further branch करके capillaries form होगा. कैपिलरीज फॉर्म करके क्या होगा, यहाँ पे गैशियस एक्सचेंज टेक प्लेस करेगा, जहाँ पे ऑक्सीजन सेल के अंदर जाएगा और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बाहर डिफ्यूज करेगा. नाउ फ्रॉम हियर कैपिलरी सबमर्ज होके वेन्यूल्स फॉर्म करेगा, और ये वेन्यूल्स फर्दर जॉइन और मर्ज करके वेन्स फॉर्म करेगा. ये वेन्स डीऑक्सीजनेटेड ब्लड ट्रांसपोर्ट करता है, जिसमें थिनर वॉल्स है और वाल्व्स प्रेजेंट है जो बैक फ्लो, राइट. ये बैक फ्लो प्रिवेंट करता है. तो यहाँ पे आप देख यू कैन सी दैट यहाँ पे ये फ्लैप लाइक स्ट्रक्चर्स होगा, ठीक है. ऑल राइट, so now with this I'm going to move on to the next very important part. Guys, it's already 8 o'clock, no? So we want to wind up 2 more chapters. Lots to go. Long way to go. I was still in life process. So let's wind it up a little more faster, okay? Capillaries are one single cell thick. No, exactly. They are only one single cell thick. This part is the, if you see, हाँ अभी तक यही कर रहे थे, बट ये चैप्टर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ना, इसीलिए हम ये कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा स्लो कर रही हूँ. Now you have the human heart, okay? Now the human heart that is there is a 4-chambered heart, all right? So we see that this right here is a 4-chambered heart. Now I'm going to show it to you schematically and then we will go into the diagram, okay? So now if you see right here, you have the human heart. It is a 4-chambered heart. Now here you have 2 upper chambers, all right? So in this case you have 2 upper chambers here, which are nothing but your, these are called as the upper chambers, or which we call as the receiving chambers, okay? Which means that they will always receive blood, okay? While on the other hand, let me just draw that again. So these are your 2 upper chambers, yes, and these are your 2 lower chambers, okay? So these are your lower chambers and these are your upper. Upper will always receive blood, okay? They are always responsible for receiving. The lower chambers will always pump the blood. They are responsible for pumping, right? Now, apart from that, it is also divided into right and left, okay? So this is your right side and this is your left side. Now, your right side will always receive deoxygenated blood, okay? Always receiving deoxygenated blood. While on the left side, they will receive oxygenated blood. Now, your upper chambers are called as atria. So, right side upper chamber, if it is called as right, it will be called as right atrium. Similarly, left side upper chamber is left atrium. Right side lower pumping chamber is your right ventricle. Left side lower is left ventricle. So, right side, right atrium, right ventricle will receive deoxygenated blood. Left atrium, left ventricle will receive oxygenated blood. Easy peasy, right? Now what happens? Now we see that the right side will receive, so here you have your right atrium, right? So the right atrium receives deoxygenated blood from all the different parts. And the veins from different parts of the body will collect your deoxygenated blood and it will form these 2 very big veins that are there, which is the vena cava, right? So the superior vena cava will get the deoxygenated blood from the upper parts of the body, while inferior gets it from the lower parts, right? And they will both pour it into the right atrium. Now the right atrium is just a receiving chamber. It does not have a lot of things to do, okay? It just receives blood. Then from here it will go on to the right ventricle, okay? Now your right ventricle is guarded by a valve, which is called as the tricuspid valve. Right, so what does a tricuspid valve do? It is present between right atrium and right ventricle. And valves, just know this, okay? It just prevents backflow of blood. Nothing much is there. You don't need to worry. Tricuspid valve, aortic valve, pulmonary valve, whatever it is, function is the same. Responsible for preventing backflow of blood. So from here we know that the right ventricle will pump the blood, and we know that there is the pulmonary artery. So now we see something interesting. So we have a blood vessel which is leaving the heart, which is the pulmonary artery. And we know most arteries are responsible for transporting oxygenated blood. But this right here is going to be the only artery which will transport deoxygenated blood, right? So this here will transport deoxygenated blood. And this will then take it where? It will take it to the lungs. So you remember when we discussed alveoli, there was blood vessels bringing in carbon dioxide rich blood, no? That is nothing but your pulmonary arteries which are bringing it inside the lungs. Then you know what happens inside the lungs. Gaseous exchange is going to take place, right? So we have gaseous exchange taking place, and all your oxygen rich, now all that oxygen has entered into the blood. Now all that oxygen rich blood that is there is going to be brought in by your pulmonary vein. So pulmonary vein by definition are nothing but blood vessels that bring blood towards the heart. Arteries take it away. So here the veins will bring in oxygenated blood to your left atrium. Then it will go into the left ventricle. Now from here we know that the aorta will then pump it out to different parts. Right? So heart structure we know. Heart function we know now. Right? Responsible for pumping. Yes. And of course at the end of it, because the blood is entering and leaving twice, once from the right side, once from the left side, we call this as double circulation. So one set of circulation is happening between lungs and the heart, right? So this circulation that takes place between the lungs and the heart is what we call as pulmonary circulation, and heart and the different tissues of our body is what we call as systemic circulation. Yes? So this is a quick simplified image that you can take a picture of. And with this we've completed circulatory system. Now one thing to remember is circulatory system in mammals, right? Like humans, take dogs, cats, whatever, and aves, which are nothing but your birds. We see that all of us have a 4-chambered heart, okay? Where there is separation of deoxygenated and oxygenated blood. But in lower vertebrates like your fishes and your amphibians, we see that in the case of fishes there is only 2-chambered heart, okay? And in the case of amphibians you have 3-chambered heart. And in amphibians we also observe mixing of blood. So there is mixing of, mixing of the oxygenated and deoxygenated. And when that happens, efficiency wise, when compared to our body, it is relatively lesser. Which is why if you get a question on, ma'am, why is a 4-chambered heart so good? Why do we need a 4-chambered heart? Firstly, for efficient pumping, and secondly, there is no mixing of blood, right? So it is divided into right side and left side. Yes? Now, of course, we also have another fluid connective tissue, that is lymph. I'll wind this up and then take doubts, okay? So lymph that we know is when what happens is in the capillaries, right? Capillaries are leaky channels, okay? So this, of course, Ankita ma'am has already taught you, so that's why I'm going a little faster here. These are leaky channels through which we know that, sometimes we have plasma, we have, white blood cells. They'll all ooze out, right? They keep oozing out of it. They're not like, it's not like a pipe. Sometimes it'll keep leaking here and there. So what will happen? They will leak to the surrounding cells. Now it cannot be that all this plasma oozes out and there's no blood, no? So a lot of it goes back. It will get absorbed back inside, okay? Through how it came, it will go back inside. But whatever is remaining, they will get drained into the lymph. So whatever is extra, they will drain it separately into a channel called as the lymph channel. Yes? So the lymph is the lymph channels together make up the lymphatic system, which is responsible for maintaining fluid balance, immunity, transport of, also helps in, protection. Yes? Okay, are we clear, everyone? Are we clear? Ma'am, diseases of lymph. So when the lymphatic vessels get affected, one is elephantiasis, okay, or filariasis you would have heard, So what happens is that the lymph channels will get blocked, or the lymph node gets enlarged, which is what we call as elephantiasis. Okay, let me just write that down. Okay. Second wala circulation kya tha? Systemic circulation. Okay. This topic is easy, no everyone? Very quickly, give me a thumbs up in the chat, then we'll get moving. Okay. Last part. Ma'am, please explain lymphatic system one more time. Okay. See, lymphatic system is easy. Now you have many cells. No, these are all my cells. Okay. Now you have capillaries, right? So I will, I'll draw those cells once again very quickly. 3 cells. Yes. So you have your capillaries, right? So they're thin celled and they'll go everywhere so that it can be transported. Now what happens is that sometimes, the plasma. So plasma, sometimes some WBCs, they'll all leak out of the capillary. They'll just ooze out of it, okay? So when they ooze out, what happens is that there's a lot of this fluid which is there in the surrounding, which we call as extracellular fluid, right? Or what we call as ECF, okay? Now it cannot be that this fluid is there everywhere. No, it has to go back inside at some point, which is why what happens is all of it will go back, okay? It will go back inside to the capillary, or it will have another way. It will get drained elsewhere. And this elsewhere that it is getting drained is in the lymph channel, or where it is going is into the lymph vessels. So that then it will get part of the lymphatic system. Now don't tell me, ma'am, how much lymph will go there, how much lymph will go here. That is a balance, okay? How is it making our immunity strong? Because WBCs, right? They are the ones fighting off pathogens. Are lymph part of blood vessels? No, it's that separate system, lymphatic system. They have lymph vessels, okay? Okay, are we clear? Everybody, are we clear? Yes? No problem, no problem. Quickly moving on to transport in plants also. So now we have left with very simple topics. That is transport in plants. We are left with excretion and excretion in plants, okay? So what we are going to do is in the next 10 minutes, we are going to wind up life processes, okay? So I'll quickly do this part. This is very simple and easy. Lymph consists of what? Lymph consists of plasma. It consists of WBCs and it will have certain salts in it, okay? Yes. Anika, I will explain lymph once again after I wind up the chapter because this is a very huge chapter. No, we're almost towards the end. Yes? Yes, Renuka, definitely. I will ask, okay? Don't worry. Now we're going to look at transport in plants. Now, transport in plants that is there, right? It's a pretty easy one, I would tell you. So now, basically what is there is, we know that in our body we have nutrients, oxygen, waste materials, which all need to be transported, right? Now, in the case of plants, water, necessary nutrients, and the food that they eat is what needs to be transported, yes? So all these things need to be transported to different parts, and this is what we understand as transport in plants. Now, how are plants able to transport substances? With the help of vascular bundles. So we know that plants have xylem and phloem. Now this is something we've learned about in our lower grades itself. So xylem is nothing but a structure which is made up of it's made up of tracheids, xylem vessels, xylem parenchyma, and xylem fibers. Now here we see that the tracheids and the vessels are what are responsible. But responsible for what? What does xylem transport? Can you tell me in the chat, what does xylem transport? Very quickly. What does xylem transport? Yes? Very good. Xylem is mainly made up of dead cells. Yes. So your tracheids and vessels are dead cells. Yes. Water. Very good. So they transport your water and minerals, right? So they are responsible for transporting water and minerals from where to where? From your roots to the upper parts of the plant, right? So I'm just going to put U here. That is the upper parts. So transport here is unidirectional. Very important to remember this. Transport is unidirectional. That means it will only go in the upward direction. There's no downward direction kind of thing, right? It's only upward kind of direction. So how are we able to achieve this? By something known as transpirational pull. Now, going back to the basics, we know that transpiration, right? So I'm going to write this down here. Transpiration that is there is nothing but loss of excess water from the aerial parts of the plant, right? So through the stomata, when there's excess water, we know that excess water is lost in the form of transpiration. Yes? So now what happens is that when transpiration happens, you know, your roots are also absorbing water. No, you can see right here, your roots are also absorbing water. But what happens is that when there is a transpiration pull, no, and there's water going out, it creates a certain suction. Kind of like how you would drink something with a straw. How are you able to suck the fluid which is at the bottom all the way till your mouth? Because you are creating a suction pull, right? You're creating a vacuum and you are able to pull it, right? So this suction pull is what is causing the transport of water that happens continuously. Now this is mainly something we observe in tall plants, right? In very huge trees. In small plants, it's not that much of a very big phenomena. It kind of keeps happening, right? And this is what we call as ascent of sap, right? So we call this as ascent of sap because from the bottom it is getting sucked all the way to the top so that constantly water can be absorbed. Yes, very good. So this is why we say it is unidirectional, right? Now we know why it is unidirectional, right? Now going back to phloem. So in the case of phloem, we see that phloem is responsible, or it is a tissue which is made up of sieve tubes, companion cells, phloem parenchyma and fibers. Now this right here, as all of you are telling me, very good, very good. As all of you here are telling me, is responsible for transporting food that is, you know, produced to the storage organs, right? It needs to go to places where food can be stored. So this includes your stem, it includes your roots and even to different parts of the leaf, right? So it needs to go to storage organs. Now, food is produced in the leaf, which means it has to go both up as well as down. So transport here is bidirectional, right? So we call this as bidirectional transport. Now, like you all told me, right? Yes. So like you all told me, in the case of when we talk about phloem, we know that transport takes place through translocation, right? So it takes place through translocation. Now we know that food that is there is produced in the form of glucose, right? So this is how it is formed or it is produced. And in the end product, it is stored in the form of starch, right? So this is how it is stored. But when you talk about transport, right, we see that it is actually transported in the form of sucrose, okay? Remember this. How is food transported? In which form? Is it glucose, fructose, sucrose, or your starch? So the answer here is sucrose. So what happens is that sucrose will enter, right? It will enter into the companion cell and then it will move into the sieve tube, okay? Now when it enters into a sieve tube, no, it alters your osmotic pressure. I'm using very, very fancy words, okay? But it's very simple. What is osmotic pressure? We know that osmosis is nothing but movement of water molecules from a region of high concentration to a region of low concentration across a semi-permeable membrane. And osmotic pressure is the pressure that is created so that this process can happen, right? Very simple and easy. Now when this goes, we see that it creates a osmotic pressure and it will go from high pressure to low pressure. Now here there is high pressure, okay, because more solute. Now water will be like, oh, I have to go here. Which is why due to this, it will get transported so that it can go to another cell, right? So this is how translocation takes place, right? Now very important thing here is this whole part, this movement of sucrose requires ATP. So there if you see, ATP was not needed, okay? We never spoke about ATP. But here it is an energy dependent task, okay? All right. So does xylem and phloem connect anywhere? No, it does not connect anywhere at all. They are two structures running, okay? Now with this, we have had a look at transport as well. Very quickly moving on to excretion. Last part, going to be super quick with this. And then I will take your doubts, okay? Very quickly. Alright, so I'm going to take your doubt very quickly after I complete excretion and the chapter. So what is... Sorry? What is excretion? Excretion is nothing but removal of nitrogenous metabolic waste from the body. Okay, so this is how we define excretion. Nitrogenous metabolic waste, right? Or you can say it is the removal of metabolic waste. Yes? Okay, ma'am, Hindi cannot understand anything. आप ट्राई कर दीजिए इंग्लिश में समझाने के लिए. जो भी पार्ट आप हिंदी में आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, मैं एक और बार हिंदी में बताऊंगी. ठीक है? Yes. So now of course if you see when we talk about removal of excretory material or metabolic waste, right? In this case we know that we have urea which needs to be mainly excreted out from our body, right? So urea needs to be excreted. Now this urea is normally excreted in the form of urine. And we see that this formation of urine takes place inside the human excretory system. So the excretory system or your main excretory organ here are these bean-shaped structures known as your kidneys, which are located in the abdominal region. And they're located actually on the back side here, okay? So we have this. Now, along with this, we also see that there is blood supply to the kidneys, right? So you have the renal artery and the renal vein, which transports the blood. Yes. Then, of course, you have the ureter and then you have the urinary bladder. So inside the kidney is where urine formation takes place, and once this urine is formed, right, we see that it is then transported by the ureter to the urinary bladder where it is temporarily stored, and then by the process of micturition, that is nothing but the removal of urine at regular intervals, is what we call as micturition. And the opening through which urine is expelled is what we call as urethra. Okay? Yes. Ma'am, can we skip this part? I'll do fast, don't worry. Okay? Now we know that in kidneys urine formation takes place, right? Now this urine formation takes place by the process of filtration. Okay? Now filtration is nothing but like how you have water filter at home, you have a filter and you get rid of, you purify it by you get rid of all the unwanted substances and you get only what you want, right? So we have filtration units, okay? This is very important. This will come in your boards. Filtration units, which we call as nephrons, okay? So this is what we call as nephrons. And nephron is the basic filtration unit of the body, of the kidney. You can call it as the basic fundamental unit of the kidney, whatever. If you hear basic unit, it's nephron, okay? Now, nephron has Bowman's capsule, glomerulus. It has various tubules like your proximal and distal tubule. Then you have the collecting duct and loop of Henle. So, in my tubules list, I'm going to keep these three. Now, basically for urine formation, what happens is that first in the Bowman's capsule, right? Yeah, just give me one moment. Okay, so in the first part, if you see, so I'm just going to use this to explain it. So in this, if you see, we have the first thing is glomerular filtration, okay? So in this case, if you see, we know that in the Bowman's capsule, you have the glomerulus, which is a tuft, right? It's a tuft of blood capillaries. And there is a difference in the width. So you have afferent and efferent arterioles. So there is a difference in the diameter of these blood vessels that open and close, okay? So this is the opening and this is the closing. There's a difference in diameter. And this difference in diameter that is there will create a pressure, right? So it will increase the pressure inside the glomerular filtrate or inside the glomerulus. And as a result, all your plasma, glucose, amino acids and all urea, everything will get filtered out and it will go into the Bowman's capsule, thereby going into your tubules, okay? Now, in your tubules, we know that step number 2, selective reabsorption takes place, okay? So, what is there in selective reabsorption? We see that all the necessary things, right? So, necessary amount of water, ions, your amino acids or all that, or glucose, all will get reabsorbed back into the bloodstream. And your urea and excess of water along with some other salts will be remained. and that is what will be taken to your collecting duct, and all these collecting ducts together will then be expelled out, or that's how urine is formed and then it is expelled out. Then of course we know that the artificial method is of course by dialysis, right? So this is all about dialysis, you guys know about it. And of course we have excretion in plants, which is nothing but the release can happen in many ways, either by releasing of excess salt, diffusing gases, so your carbon dioxide that's given out, oxygen that's given out is all excretion. Loss of water that we discussed as transpiration is also excretion. Releasing of gum and resin and shedding of plant parts. So they are all different ways of excretion. So with this, we've completed life processes, everyone. Life processes was a huge chapter. So I'm just going to give you like a 5-minute break, okay? Take like 5 minutes, just drink some water, walk around a little, because next you have control and coordination. Okay, ma'am, again in Hindi. Okay, I will tell you. Just give me a moment. ठीक है, मैं नेफ्रॉन्स हिंदी में बताऊंगी अभी. नेफ्रॉन्स जो है वो एक फिल्टरिंग, so I'll actually do one thing. Let me just, okay, let me just go to this part. Okay, ma'am, can you explain? I will do it, okay? See, nephron that is there, as you know, all of you can see here, right? So, nephron that is there has your Bowman's capsule and your glomerulus, okay? Now, what happens is that your glomerulus that is there, is a tuft of capillaries, okay? Or it's a tuft of blood capillaries. Now, what do I mean by it is a tuft of blood capillaries? It means it has many blood capillaries, okay? It's all formed into one ball. Now, we see that the blood vessels that enter, if you see here, no, like later on you'll be able to see, we see that the ones which are entering, the blood vessels are narrower, while the ones which are leaving are bigger. So, due to this difference in diameter, we see that there is a pressure which gets created inside the glomerulus. And as a result, we see that all water, glucose, your urea, all of it along with some salts, all of them will get filtered out. But large particles, right, or huge substances like proteins, big proteins and all, they will not be able to pass. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे glomerulus है जहाँ पे filtration होता है. ठीक है? फिल्ट्रेशन होने के बाद Bowman's कैप्सूल जाके वो ये ट्यूब्यूल्स के अंदर जाएगा. तो हमारे पास प्रॉक्सिमल, डिस्टल और ये लूप ऑफ हेनले है. मैं ज्यादा डिटेल में जा नहीं रही हूँ, बट अभी के लिए जो भी इंपॉर्टेंट सब्सटेंसेस है जैसे ग्लूकोज या सर्टेन आयॉन्स या वाटर, यहाँ पे सेलेक्टिवली वो रीअब्सॉर्ब हो जाएगा. जो भी बॉडी के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है वो सब यहाँ पे रीअब्सॉर्ब हो जाएगा. यूरिया, एक्सेस वाटर, सर्टेन सॉल्ट्स, वो सब बॉडी के लिए नेसेसरी नहीं है, और अगर यूरिया अक्यूमुलेट हो जाएगा तो वो बॉडी के लिए टॉक्सिक है. इसीलिए यहाँ पे जो आफ्टर सेलेक्टिव अब्जॉर्प्शन बाकी का यहाँ पे वो बाकी जो भी सब्सटेंसेस है वो सब यूरिन फॉर्म हो जाएगा, और ये यूरिन अभी कलेक्टिंग डक्ट जाएगा. सभी नेफ्रॉन से जो भी यूरिन है वो कलेक्ट हो जाके वो यूरेटर के अंदर आएगा. यूरेटर से यूरिनरी ब्लैडर, और यूरिनरी ब्लैडर से वहां पे एक्सपेल हो जाएगा. Yes, I know, I'm trying. Okay. There are other proteins, right? There are various other proteins, okay? मैम एक्टिविटीज समझाइए. एक और सेशन हम लेंगे एक्टिविटीज के लिए. Difference between proximal and distal. See, mainly it is what kind of, so mainly here you have more proximal में ज़्यादा salts का reabsorption होगा, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा पानी का, and उसमें भी एक alternating ऐसे current हो. There's a lot of things, okay, I'm not going in detail, but basically it's based on what gets selectively reabsorbed. Yes, okay everybody, are we clear? Ma'am, we should skip. नहीं, कंट्रोल कोऑर्डिनेशन हम जल्दी फटाफट करेंगे, ठीक है? कंट्रोल कोऑर्डिनेशन में अभी next 2 chapters हम जल्दी जल्दी करेंगे. I know we took 2 hours, but आप सभी को ये chapter अभी thorough हो गया है. आप सभी, this is easy peasy, no, for all of you? Yes, ma'am, can you explain translocation? See, translocation is very simple. For food to be transported, it needs to be transported in the form of sucrose, right? So sucrose, which is formed inside the leaf cell, needs to now enter into the phloem, right? Now the phloem that is there, to enter, it will take ATP. Now in phloem, you have companion cell and then you have your sieve tube, right? So once your sucrose enters the phloem, it will then need to enter into your sieve tube. Now when it enters here, we know that the osmotic pressure will change, okay? So because solute is entering, no, osmotic pressure has changed. Now due to this change in osmotic pressure, wherever this, wherever sucrose enters, osmotic pressure is high, okay? Now we always know things go from high to low pressure, right? So we see that due to this high atmospheric pressure, it will go to some place with low pressure, which is why in this case we see that this process is what we call as translocation. Ma'am, urine etc. कहाँ से ureter को जाता है? वो सभी all collecting ducts, right? Ureter से next urinary bladder जाएगा, ठीक है? Ma'am, epiglottis में कोई motive नहीं होता है क्या? Epiglottis एक flap like structure है. वो उसका main role is to make sure that when we swallow food, right, वो trachea के अंदर नहीं जाएगा, but it should go into food pipe, ठीक है? All right, everybody, yes. 2 minutes break. How are we feeling? Are we exhausted? Ma'am, नहीं होगा अभी. Or else, are you like, no, we will do. How excited are all of you? Yes? Quick excitement level, check in the chat, and then we are going to get started. I do understand it's 8:30, so if you have your dinner or something, you can have dinner along with paying attention in class, right? Menti hoga, yes? Menti will be in the end of the class, okay? We will do it, ma'am, very quickly. How many nephrons are there? Millions of nephrons are there. Arteries, once again, arteries are blood vessels which transport blood away from the heart, right? Mainly transports oxygenated blood, right? And we know that they are thick-walled, blood flows in high pressure and no valves, yes? Okay, is collecting duct ureter? No. Many collecting ducts will pour it and a single one which comes out of the kidney is ureter, okay? Okay, Josh is high. Very good. We will do it, ma'am. I know we will do it. So let's get started with control coordination, right? So for dialysis, of course, you have it. I'll be sending you the PDF and we'll get started with control and coordination, everybody. Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Micturition is the process of getting rid of urine out of the body. Removal of urine. Now means पहले नहीं. Now means पहले नहीं पता था. अरे मैम 2 मिनट ब्रेक. ठीक है 2 मिनट ब्रेक ले लो. All right, everybody, very quickly. Okay, fine. Do you want to start at 8:30? I'll give you 6 minutes break. We'll start at 8:30. Yes, give me a quick thumbs up. Shall we start at 8:30? Yes, jaldi ho jayega. Don't worry. Okay. Fine. I'm going to start at 8:30. Okay? 5 minutes break for all of you. Go relax. Take a walk. Stretch a little. I'll also stretch. Okay. Okay. Uremia is a condition. Okay, wait. In the meanwhile, I'll be taking doubts, I think. Uremia is a condition when there's large amounts of urea in the body, okay? When there's way too much urea and it could be due to various reasons of health conditions. That's what we call as uremia. Summarize lymphatic system. See, lymph is formed when the extracellular fluid that is there right? Or whatever leaky fluid that had come out, all the plasma, when they all drain in lymph vessels, right? We see that the fluid that is there inside this lymph vessel is what we call as a lymph. And all these lymph vessels will form lymphatic system, okay? Now your lymph here mainly consists of plasma, it has WBCs, and it has salts, right? So this right here plays a key role in providing immunity, right? So they here are responsible for providing immunity and play a key role in defense. मैम मेगा मेंटी में कितना क्वेश्चंस होंगे? ज्यादा, बहुत ज्यादा होंगे. Can you summarize here? Oh, heredity and evolution, I need another full day. You will tell ma'am, nahi, so long. You can go check out Ankita ma'am's video on the one shot. It will definitely help you, okay? Yes, all right. Double circulation once again. See, double circulation is very simple, right? So, in double circulation, what happens is that you have deoxygenated blood which is transported from different parts of the body, right? And it is brought to you by the vena cava, yes? And you know that the right side or the right atrium will receive it, and then it goes into the right ventricle. From the right ventricle by the pulmonary artery, right? It will go to the lungs, yes? And here we see that from the lungs, the pulmonary vein will bring it to the left atrium, which will pour it into the left ventricle, and then it will, through the aorta, oxygenated blood will be transported. Now in all the cases, we see that the blood is going through the heart twice. Hence it is known as double circulation. Lymph I have already summarized, Ajay. I just finished. No, Trisha, I am not ignoring you. I was just explaining, okay? What is so confusing? What happened? Which is confusing? Take a break, guys. 2 more minutes. Just relax. Take a break. Yes. Because I need a lot of energy now to finish. And I want to finish control and coordination as fast as possible. Lymphocytes and WBCs, the same, right? Lymphocytes. It's a type of WBCs. Leukocytes that are there, leukocytes are also another name for WBCs. Lymphocyte is a type of WBC. Okay, thank you. Again, for blood coagulation and everything, for in detail explanation, I'd always recommend that you go back and check some of our modular videos, right? Arey no, Trisha, I saw your message. Thank you. Let's start chapter number 7. We'll do. Valves are responsible for making sure there is no backflow of blood, okay? Yes, thank you, Trisha. Thank you. Why do fishes breathe faster? Because dissolved oxygen is a little more tougher. Like to utilize oxygen from dissolved water is tougher, right? I have just, Anand, you can check out my video or you can check out Ankita ma'am's video on the channel for cell theory. Okay? Why do we need to mention pulmonary and systemic? Because if they ask you, if you get this for 4 marks, you will have to specify. Ma'am, kitna lagega? Time kitna lagega? We'll keep 45 minutes as a target for our chapter. Yes? Ma'am, can you explain in depth? If I go in depth, no, I will be teaching till 12 o'clock today. Kab tak chalega? Mostly 9:30, 9:45 tak chalega. Maybe extend ho jayega. So, abhi ke liye very sorry in the beginning only if it gets extended, right? Okay, guys, 8:30. Let's get started. Yes? Ma'am, for revision, definitely I will share this PDF with you. Don't worry. Okay, it's 8:30, guys. Let's get started. Let's get started. Come on. Energize yourself. Stretch it out. Now, I am also stretching out and then we'll get started. Okay? So, on control and coordination, right? So, when we talk about control and coordination, we know that we are talking about how So we know life process is taking place. So many activities we learned for 2 hours, 20 minutes we learned about so many activities. Now all these activities are just happening within our body. On a day-to-day basis also, we see that you and I are doing so many activities on the outside, right? So we are doing activities like I am talking to you, you are texting me on live chat, right? So we are doing so many things simultaneously. Now in all these cases, if you see, there needs to be coordination, right? We must be able to coordinate these activities. Now, how are we coordinating the activity? How are we controlling it and coordinating it? In two ways. So, first is nervous coordination, right? And second one is chemical coordination. Now, nervous coordination here is with the help of the nervous system, okay? While chemical coordination here is with the help of the hormonal system or the endocrine system. Now, you must be telling me and asking me, ma'am, क्यों दो तरीके का सिस्टम, एक ही सिस्टम चलेगा ना? Why do we need to learn two? इतना ज्यादा पढ़ने के लिए एक हार्मोनल सिस्टम भी एक्स्ट्रा डाल दिया. इन दोनों में डिफरेंस क्या है? So main thing is, I'll give you 2 points of difference to remember, okay? ज्यादा मैं difference नहीं बोलूंगी. Main thing is जो chemical coordination है, ये relatively slow coordination है, right? Now what do I mean by slow? इनका response बहुत fast नहीं है और ये growth related aspects को control करेगा, right? So इनका main role growth related aspects, body functioning related aspects को control करेगा. ये nervous coordination जो है वो ज़्यादातर instantaneous है या फिर इसको कंपेयर करके थोड़ा और फास्ट है और ये ग्रोथ रिलेटेड को नहीं कंट्रोल करेगा, बट बाकी राइट व्हाटएवर रिमेन, आई जस्ट रोट बाकी इन द स्क्रीन, बट रिमेनिंग जो भी प्रोसेसेस है उनको ये रेगुलेट करेगा. यही है डिफरेंस बिटवीन नर्वस कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड केमिकल कोऑर्डिनेशन, राइट? सो नाउ very quickly, some terminologies for us to understand, right? So now, of course, if you see, you have an instant here where you can see something happening. Which plant is this? Can you tell me, everyone? Which plant is this, right? Can you tell me on your screens? Okay, very good, very good. Stimuli, yes, chui mui. Very good. This is the mimosa plant, touch me not plant, what we also call as chui mui, right? Yes, so in this case, if you see, right, we have a touch me not plant. Now, in the touch me not plant, what we are observing, there is somebody touching it, right? So, when the touch happens, we see a response or a reaction. So, some terminologies we need to be focused on is stimulus, right? What is stimulus? Stimulus is any event or change. Now, this could be external or this could be internal, okay? Not that it's always external. It is any event or change in the environment that generates a specific reaction, right? Stimulus क्या है? जो भी external या internal change या event है, वो अंदर के body में एक response trigger करता है, वो stimulus है. तो what is receptor then? Receptors are structures. So body में थोड़ा structures होगा, जहाँ which is located in different parts, right? और ये they are capable of recognizing the stimulus. So these receptors are the one who identify कि हाँ ये एक stimulus है. And then what will they do? वो messages generate करेगा or they will generate a message, right? Then what is a response? Receptor has detected stimulus. This is passing the message somewhere. And at the end of the day, a response is there. So a response is how an organism will react to the stimulus. So in the case of chui mui, what happened? It closed. That is the response, right? So it is in response to a stimulus. Now when we talk about the nervous system, we know that nervous system can be broadly divided into central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. Now your central nervous system has brain, spinal cord, peripheral has somatic, autonomic, which is further divided into sympathetic and parasympathetic. But at the end of the day, the most basic thing that the nervous system is made up of is the neuron. Now when we look at the neuron, we know that a neuron is an elongated structure, right? So this is an elongated structure. Now we know that this part of the neuron here is the cyton, okay? So this right here is the cyton, or it is the cell body. And we know that this right here is responsible, or is the central part. And from here we know that there are many cytoplasmic finger-like projections which are known as dendrites, okay? So these are what we call as dendrites. Now one such long projection that is there is what we call as a axon. Okay, so I'm drawing on top of this so that you understand better. So this right here is an axon. And we see that this right here is a myelin sheath. Okay, so this is protected by something known as a myelin sheath. And they all end, right? So they all end in axon terminals. Okay. So this right here is the basic structure of the axon, of the neuron that we've already learnt in 9th grade. Now the axon, the neuron, as we know, is responsible. So all this information passing that we spoke about so far, no? All this information passing is happening through electrical signals or electrical impulses. So that is how they are passed, okay? Now, I'm sure that a lot of you are telling me, ma'am, you're asking me for definitions of types of neurons. I'm coming to it in just a bit. So your dendrites are what actually receive the impulse. It will send it through the cell body, then to the axon. It will go into the axon terminal. Okay? And we see that the neurons are normally arranged end to end. Okay? So how are neurons arranged? So if this is neuron 1 and this is neuron 2, we see that they are arranged end to end. That means they are like this, one after the other. So such that the axon terminal of one neuron meets the dendritic end. So I'm going to keep using this term, focus on screen. Axon terminal, this is dendritic end, okay? Now they are not connected to each other. There is a fine gap that exists between the two. So this fine gap that exists between the two is what we call as a synapse. So how do you define a synapse? A synapse is a fine gap that exists between the axonal ending of, I'm just writing N1, that is neuron 1, and the dendritic end, okay? So this is the dendritic end of neuron 2, right? So that's what we call as a synapse. Now at the synapse, right? So this right here is what a synapse looks like. So once the impulse reaches the synapse, we see that the impulse will jump to the next, okay? And here at this point, we see that this electrical signal, which was electricity or electrical so far, will now release some chemical substances across the synapse, which what we call as a neurotransmitter, which will then pass on the message to the neuron. Now this is between neuron 1 and neuron 2. Now if this were to exist, right, between a neuron and a muscle, then we will not call it as a synapse, we will call this as a neuromuscular junction, okay? So this is what we call as a neuromuscular junction. So with this, let's have a quick look at the different types of neurons. So we know what neurons do. We know the structure of neuron. Then we know what are the different types that are there, right? I mean, we know how they work. Yes? So in this case, we have three kinds of neurons. We have sensory neuron, we have motor neuron, and we have relay neuron. Now, sensory neurons are nothing but those neurons which transmit information from sense organ to the brain or spinal cord, right? While motor neurons take information from brain or spinal cord to muscles or maybe glands that are there, right? Then you have relay neuron, which is present in the brain or spinal cord, that will connect your sensory and motor neurons together. So are we clear so far, everybody? Are we clear? What is the purpose of synapse? Synapse serves as a fine junction for the transmission of the impulse. Okay? Does signals convert into neurotransmitter? Yes. So no, it will not convert. But basically what happens is that once it reaches the signal, once it reaches the axon terminal, it will release the the neurotransmitter so that the neurotransmitter can then pass the message to the next one. Motor neuron is emerging from the central nervous system. Okay. Are there fixed number of Schwann cells in a neuron for? It depends. It depends from individual to individual and even length of neuron. Okay. All right. Aditya, I hope I've cleared your doubt. Yes, very good Aditya, very good. Ansh, I have clarified your doubt as well. कौन release करता है neurotransmitter को? Neurotransmitter actually it's there in the vesicles, right? So axon terminals में vesicles के अंदर ये neurotransmitters हैं. तो जब यहाँ आएंगे ये release होगा simultaneously. It's like a ball reaction, right? Okay, our teacher taught us deep about neuron. Sajid, are you asking us if I have taught you, right? Okay. End of the class. After I finish how do organisms. Okay, so we have a huge chapter left, so we'll go quickly. That's what I said. 45 minutes and then we can go. Yes? No, my teacher. Your teacher taught you in detail. Is it little more in detail? We have done. See, all these chapters are already done in detail in one shot. So you can go check all of that out. Okay, don't worry. So now, of course, we know about the different types of neurons that are there. Yes. And if you see all these neurons that are there, we see that when the axons or when bundles of axons, they are bound together, right? So all these axons, they will come together and they will get bound to form a nerve. Right? While we see that this part, which has all the cell bodies, no? Whichever has all the cell bodies, they will form ganglia. Okay? Just some extra information for all of you. Right? Now, of course, we've learnt about neurons. We've learnt about, the types of neurons. Yes, we've learned about all of that. Right? Now, all of these neurons are responsible for transmitting impulses. Yes, so they are transmitting electrical signals. But for what are they transmitting electrical signals? For controlling, coordinating various actions that we do. So now actions that we do can be of two types, right? There are actions which we can control, right? So I'll write it as in control, right? While there are actions which are out of control, right? So they are not in our control anymore. So those which are in our control is what we call as voluntary actions. So in the chat, very quickly, can you give me some examples of voluntary actions? Right? Can you give me some examples of voluntary actions? Very good, Radhika. Very good, Aditya. Yes, wonderful. Can you give me some examples of voluntary actions? And you have told me this also, the ones which are out of our control, or I'll say cannot control, is what we call as involuntary actions. Yes? So this is what we mean by involuntary actions. Okay? Very good. Swimming, sleeping, walking, talking, writing. Very good. What about here? In this case, involuntary actions. What about them? Pumping of blood. Very good. Pumping. So pumping of blood. Then what else? Yes, heartbeat, digestion, respiration. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, very good. So these are some of the involuntary actions. Now there are some actions which are involuntary and we are pretty quick about it, right? So those actions are what we call as reflex action. Now what do I mean by a reflex action and how is it different from a normal involuntary action? Now an involuntary action like pumping of blood or heartbeat or digestion, it takes at its own it takes place at its own way, right? Like it has a certain rhythm to it, a certain time, everything is proper. Anything is not immediate, no? It is happening at its own pace. While in reflex action, it's a type of involuntary action which is extremely quick and immediate. So can you give me an example of a reflex or a reflex action that we do? Yes? Okay. Class 10 biology asked a NEET exam. Class 10 biology forms your basis for your NEET exam. मैम मेरा चैट रुक चुका है, क्या हुआ स्काई डेविल? Thinking is not involved. Very good. Dipping your finger in tea is reflex action. Okay. Eye blinking, closing of eyes. Very good. Sneezing, covering nose while sneezing. Very popular NCRT example that is there is touching a hot object. Super popular. Some flame, somebody will go touch. Hot box, they'll go touch, or they'll touch a hot pan. This almost is a very popular example that will be there, and this is something that will come in your exam also, right? So in this case, if you see, right, when there is a hot object, this right here is your stimulus, okay? So this here is your stimulus. Now what happens here is that when an individual touches a hot object, reflex action, I told you, your keywords are quick and immediate, right? So for something to be quick and immediate, let me give you an example. Imagine that, we have to get something immediately from our home. Like you forgot your ID card and you need to run home. Will you take your own sweet time and you'll walk to home? Or will you jump, maybe you'll run, take the shortest route home so that you can quickly go take it and come back? What will you do? I will, Shaila, I will. I'll finish this chapter and I'll take a 5-minute break, okay? Don't worry. What will you do? Will you walk peacefully when you don't have time? What will you do? Yes, very quickly in the chat, can you tell me? You will take the shortest distance, right? So for anything, you will take the shortest distance, which is what our impulse is also going to do, because we can't be like, okay, I'm touching this hot object, let me wait for some time till my body reacts. By then we would have hurt ourselves, no? Which is why we see that in these cases, once the stimulus is there and say we come in contact with the stimulus, the receptors will perceive it. So in this case, we see that there are receptors on our skin that will perceive this and it will send a message to the sensory neuron. So it will send a message to sensory neuron, and through the sensory neuron, right, it will go to the shortest part or the easiest or the closest place it can go to, which is the spinal cord, okay? Why am I telling spinal cord? Because look at where the receptor is. It is at the hand, okay? Now once it goes to the spinal cord, inside the spinal cord there is a relay neuron that will connect your sensory neuron and your motor neuron. And the spinal cord here will not waste time sending the message to the brain, okay? It does not mean that it is not sending any message to the brain and it's like, oh, now I've gone rogue, I am the control center. No, it doesn't do that. What it will do is the spinal cord will send a message to the brain, but simultaneously also send a message to the body. So through the motor neuron, it will send a message to the effector, which what makes us withdraw our hand almost immediately. So this is the most common misconception which is there, that you know what? Brain is not involved in reflex action. That is not the case. Brain is not involved in taking decisions of reflex actions which are controlled neck and below. Okay. So hands, legs, torso, they are all regulated by spinal cord. And as spinal cord takes decision, it will also inform the brain that, hey, you know what, I'm doing this, okay? So brain is always aware that you're doing something like this. It's just that the brain will never act upon it. But for ones like you told me, like sneezing, blinking of eye very fast, when dust particles fall in, all those things are regulated by the brain, okay? So are we clear? Are we clear? This is a very, very important part. What is stimuli? Stimuli is an external, or it is any event that brings about a change. What is receptor? Specialized cells which will detect the stimulus. What is response? The action to the stimulus is response. Are we clear? It's not permission of the brain, right? Here the brain is aware and it is giving it because we need it to be quick and immediate. That is why. Very good. Receptor, sensory nerve. So if they ask you as a flow chart, you can write this down, okay? Where is it? So you can do stimulus, sensory neuron or sensory nerve. Then you have, I'll always write CNS because you are not giving an example. Then you have motor neuron. And here last but not the least, you will have effector. right? So this will either be a gland or a muscle. Are we clear? Who is spamming? कौन spam कर रहा है chat में? आप सभी focus करो please. फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म क्या होता है? जब मैं हार्मोन्स पढ़ाऊंगी तब मैं फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म पढ़ाऊंगी, ठीक है? Amazing. What is spinal cord? I will tell you. If you still not understood spinal cord, I'll tell you. We're going to discuss. Yes. So very quickly, two definitions you need to know, right? Reflex action and reflex arc. Okay, I'm just going to rephrase this definition. Write this down, okay? So reflex action is a quick, immediate response to a certain stimuli. Okay? Then what is reflex arc? Reflex arc is the shortest route taken by the impulse between, this is my between, okay? Between stimulus, this is between receptor, between receptor and effector. So this definition is not there, so can you quickly take a screenshot? This is the difference between reflex action, reflex arc. Take a screenshot, everybody. I know my handwriting is not the greatest. Okay, all right. So now that it's been done, very good, ho gaya. Amazing. Because if I change the slide, it will not come back, okay, that's why. So now that we've had a look at reflex action, now we'll go on to the main part, which is brain and spinal cord, okay. See, in this particular part, again I'll tell you, in your NCRT and even for your exams, main thing they will ask you is only functions, okay. So you just need to remember functions, and I'm telling you this is very simple and easy. So first up, let's talk about the brain. Now the brain, as we know, is the control center of the body, okay. So we see that this right here is the control center, and we know that the brain is protected, or it's present in the head region, and it is protected by the cranium, right. So we know that it is protected by a brainy box, or a what we call as the brain box as cranium, right? Now apart from this, we also see that it is protected by membranes, okay? So the outer covering, whether it is the brain or the spinal cord, it is protected by three membranes, or a three-layered membranous covering known as meninges. And between the meninges, we find a fluid, okay? So we see that between the meninges and the brain, we find a fluid known as the cerebrospinal fluid, right? So what is the role of the cerebrospinal fluid? It is responsible for absorbing shocks, right? So whatever, we need to keep our brain as safe as possible, no? So it absorbs all the mechanic shocks that are there. It is responsible for, providing nourishment and oxygen to the brain. So this is the main role of the cerebrospinal fluid. Now we also see these terms white matter, grey matter. This is not there in your textbook, but I'll still tell you. Grey matter is nothing but all the cell bodies together make up your grey matter. So if you remember arrangement of nerves, right? We know that all the soma form the ganglia, and all of this forms the nerves. So in the case of brain, the outer part is made up of the grey matter, which is all the cell bodies, and the inner part is mainly made up of the nerve fibers, or your axons, which is nothing but the white matter. This is just some extra information, don't worry about it, okay? Now looking at parts of the brain. Now when we talk about parts of the brain, there are three parts. You have forebrain, you have midbrain, and you have hindbrain. Now your forebrain mainly includes the cerebrum, which is the largest part. You have corpus callosum, which brings the two hemispheres of the cerebrum together. Then you have thalamus and hypothalamus. Then your midbrain is like the small region here in the back. Then you have hindbrain, which includes pons, cerebellum and medulla oblongata. Now I told you in brain the main thing is to remember functions, right? So you need to remember 2 to 3 functions of each of it, okay? Yes, what is the largest part of the brain? It is the cerebrum, right? So largest part is the cerebrum. Now what is the role of forebrain? Forebrain is the main site for receiving sensory information, right? Like thinking, hearing and smell. So we see that the cerebrum is the seat of intelligence, memory, controls all your voluntary actions, right? And receives and sends and all these sensory impulses, they are all functions of cerebrum. Controlling body temperature, sleep, hunger, emotions, these are all functions of your hypothalamus, right? So we saw that cerebrum is made up of thalamus, forebrain is made up of thalamus, hypothalamus and cerebrum, right? So cerebrum here does functions 1 and 2. Function number 3 is of hypothalamus. Now your midbrain, that is there, this portion, it is responsible for, it is a site of auditory and visual processing like facial expressions, and it controls reflexes of the eye. Remember that much. Controls reflexes of the eye like blinking, changing in pupil size. All of this is regulated by this, okay? All right. Now, of course, if you see apart from that, right, we also have the hindbrain. Now, hindbrain includes your pons, right? So, pons that is there is responsible for controlling all the respiratory, all the breathing activities that are there. Yes? So, it's responsible for regulating the breathing activities. You have the cerebellum here, which is responsible for muscular coordination, and medulla oblongata that controls your involuntary actions. So, are we clear so far, everyone? Any doubts? Yes? Okay, very quickly. Any more doubts that are there? Or some of you are like, ma'am, कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, क्या हो रहा है class में? Ma'am, these curves are for what? These are grooves, okay? These are grooves and ridges. This again increases surface area, okay? Which part helps in posture? Cerebellum helps in posture, okay? Cerebellum is responsible for it. Yes? Okay, ma'am, फिर से बताओ, ठीक है? एक और बार मैं हिंदी में बताऊंगी, right? So, 3 locations है brain का, forebrain, midbrain और hindbrain. Forebrain में सबसे largest part और brain का सबसे largest part cerebrum होता है. और cerebrum का 2 hemispheres है जो cerebral hemispheres है, ठीक है? सेरेब्रम का मेन फंक्शन है वो है प्रोसेसिंग सेंसरी इंफॉर्मेशन, राइट? तो वो सेंसरी इंफॉर्मेशन प्रोसेस करेगा, वो सीट ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस है, उनमें थिंकिंग, हियरिंग, स्मेलिंग वो सब सेरेब्रम में होता है. उसके बाद इट ऑल्सो रिसीव सेंसरी इंपल्सेस. अभी बॉडी टेम्परेचर, हंगर, स्लीप, राइट, मोर देन स्लीप आई से बॉडी टेम्परेचर एंड हंगर, ये सब हाइपोथैलेमस जो सेरेब्रम का एक पोर्शन है ये वो कंट्रोल करता है. अभी मिड ब्रेन है. मिड ब्रेन एक मिडिल पोर्शन ऑफ द ब्रेन है जो रिफ्लेक्सेस ऑफ द आई को कंट्रोल करता है, राइट? सो वो रिफ्लेक्सेस ऑफ द आई को कंट्रोल करता है. अभी हाइंड ब्रेन है जिसका 3 रीजन्स है, राइट? पॉन्स, मेड्यूला और सेरेबेलम, राइट? सो पॉन्स जो है वो रेस्पिरेटरी वॉल एक्शंस को कंट्रोल करता है, जैसे ब्रीदिंग, उसका कंट्रोल पॉन्स करता है. सेरेबेलम जो है वो है बॉडी पोस्चर के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और मस्कुलर कोऑर्डिनेशन जो होता है वो उसके लिए भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है. और ये मेड्यूला है वो अ लॉट ऑफ इनवॉलेंट्री एक्शंस सच एज पेरिस्टालिटिक मूवमेंट, ब्लड प्रेशर, वो सब कंट्रोल होता है, ठीक है? अभी आप मैं हिंदी में बोल रही हूँ तो आप बोल रहे हो कि मैं इंग्लिश में बताऊं. आर यू गाइस क्लियर? Yes? Are we clear, everybody? Thank you, thank you. If you want to appreciate it, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button to the channel, right? Yes, very good. That's why alcohol affects the cerebellum, right? It affects the person's cerebellum, and that's why an individual who has consumed a lot of alcohol cannot maintain body balance. Yes? Okay. जिनको भी कुछ doubts है अभी तक and say you've not understood the chapter from scratch, you can check out control coordination one shot, right? It's there. Ankita ma'am has taken. I have also taken. You can check that video out. It is surrounded by 3 meninges. No, it is surrounded by 3 membranes. Okay. So there are 3 membranes and together they make up meninges. Okay. Are we clear? Okay. Cerebrum, cerebellum. Cerebrum that is there, I'll write 3 points, okay? So this is the largest part. This is the second largest part, okay? Now, cerebrum is part of forebrain. This is part of hindbrain, okay? The cerebrum that is there here is responsible for what? It is seat of intelligence and of course memory, thinking and controls voluntary action. While here in the case of cerebellum, what do we observe? We see that they are responsible for maintaining posture, muscular coordination. Can quickly take a screenshot of this. Memory power, it is cerebrum. Okay, everybody, have we taken a screenshot? Function of hypothalamus responsible for regulating temperature and hunger. Okay? Are we clear, everybody? Yes, Rajesh, plasma can I do towards the end? Yes, I will do a mix of English and Hindi, okay? All right, very good. I hope you've taken a screenshot because again, black screens, we will not be able to get it back, no? Okay. Yes, it does, Neetu. It does. In the plasma, it does, okay? Koi nahi, chota sa bachcha. It's okay. Let's focus in class, right? So this again is a quick important terms list. So if you are there in our Telegram channel, this will definitely help you. This will help you. This has all the important terms from your nervous system. Okay. Now quickly moving on to the remaining parts of nervous system, which is easy peasy. We have spinal cord, right? So spinal cord is a long tubular structure that runs down from the medulla oblongata. Okay. Now the spinal cord is produced or it is protected by the vertebral column, right? So it runs along the entire length of our back, which is why vertebral column is also known as backbone. Now don't read all these parts, okay? I'm going to make it very, very simple. I'm scratching all of this out. In spinal cord, you need to know only one thing. It is responsible for controlling certain functions, right? And it is responsible for relaying information to and fro the brain. Okay, so basically to and fro the brain, this is responsible for relaying it and plays a key role in reflex action. Yes? So now of course, very quickly we will move on to peripheral nervous system. Peripheral, as the name suggests. See, central when you see, no, they are in the central part of the body. You have the brain here and then you have the spinal cord. Peripheral means it's on the side, right? On the periphery or it's on the sides. And this here is mainly made up of your nerves, right? So you have 2 kinds of nerves. So based on location, right? You have cranial nerves and spinal nerves. Now cranial nerves and spinal nerves are part of your peripheral nervous system. Yes? So peripheral nervous system includes cranial nerves, where we have 12 pairs of cranial nerves which emerge from our brain. Then you have spinal nerves, which are a set of, not 12, sorry. These are a set of 33, right? Yes, so here we have, these are 12 pairs and here they are 33, right? And we see that they run, again, let me just scratch this out. So in the case of spinal nerves, if you see, we have around 33 pairs. Yes, can you tell me? Ma'am, spinal cord say 32. Thank you. I was getting confused. We have 32 pairs, no? Are we right? How many pairs are there in spinal cord? Quickly tell me. Yes? How many pairs from spinal cord? How many pairs of spinal nerves do we have? 32. Very good. 32 or 32 pairs? If you tell me only 32, that is incomplete. 32 or 33 pairs? Very good. Yes, very good. So 32 pairs are there. So ignore what is on screen. I am scratching it off, right? So here in the case of spinal nerves, what do? They transfer it from spinal cord to the outside. Now, like this only, this is based on location, okay? But based on function, you have sensory nerves, motor nerves, and mixed nerves, yes? So, sensory nerves, again, they are responsible from sense organ to your central nervous system, right? And here you have motor nerves, which are, again, carry signals from your, similar to sensory neuron, motor neuron, okay? Sensory nerve, motor nerve, as simple as that. So, this is again from CNS to your muscles. Then you have something known as mixed nerves, okay? They are not like relay neurons. Mixed nerves are slightly different. They perform the functions of both sensory and motor. Like mixed nerves are found in the case of our tongue. So they are responsible for sensing, but they are also responsible for carrying out action, right? So that is what we mean by it. Okay. All right, it's 31. Okay, fine, 31. Fine. So with this, if you see, we wind up in the case of nervous control. We will quickly, I told you, no, by 9:15 we'll try to do 45 minutes. So in another 10 minutes we can wind up hormonal control also. Are we ready? Can we have some notes? Definitely, definitely. We can have. I will be sending it to you. Don't worry. Okay, so we'll quickly wind up hormonal control also. Yes. When will there be Menti? Towards the end of the class. Okay. Next 10 minutes pe we will wind it up, okay? So I need your focus, alright? I'm going to be very quick with this part. So when we talk about chemical coordination and we talk about chemical coordination in humans, no? We know that we are able to do this by producing something known as hormones, right? So what are these hormones? Hormones are nothing but chemical substances which are synthesized by endocrine glands, okay? Now, what are endocrine glands? So, endocrine glands are ductless glands, right? So, we see that they are ductless glands which secrete hormones directly into the blood. Lot of terms, so I'm going to make this easy for you. So, if this right here is an endocrine gland, right? So, we see that this right here is an endocrine gland. Then we see that this is a bloodstream, okay? So, this right here is a bloodstream. So, an endocrine gland will produce hormones which will then pour it directly into the bloodstream. So, it is a ductless gland. But on the other hand, if you take salivary gland, so we see that normally with salivary glands, what happens is that there is a tubular structure, okay? So, we see that this is the salivary gland and we see that there is a duct which will transport it to, in this case, it is the mouth, okay? So this is the difference between an endocrine gland and a salivary gland, which right here is a exocrine gland, right? So I'm sure you must be wondering what this is, which is why I have quickly explained it, okay? Now we're saying hormones are chemical substances which are produced by endocrine glands that act as chemical messengers. So they are the ones which act as messengers. So if they ask you in your exam, what are chemical messengers? You can blindly say that they are hormones, right? And they take it to the target organ, which means that the blood goes everywhere in our body. No, it's going to different parts. But these hormones, they will only act on target, okay? There is a specific cell or a specific part of the body in which they can exert their action. So it's kind of like hormone is a letter with an address. Okay. So if I'm a postman and I have many letters with me, I will take the letter to where it is addressed. No, I will not take it everywhere. But I have all the letters with me. But doesn't mean that I'll give all the letters everywhere. No, I will keep giving the letters based on address. So your hormones and your endocrine glands are something like that. Yes, thyroid gland is an example of endocrine gland. Just give me one moment, everyone. Hello, Fatima. Hello. So now, of course, we know what is endocrine gland. We know what are hormones. We are clear with this, no? Yes. Aditya, I'll take your question. Just hold on to this question. I'll take it once again. Don't worry. Okay? So now, of course, we have various endocrine glands in our body. I don't want to erase this part. So we have pituitary gland, thyroid gland, adrenal, pancreas, testis, and ovary. Yes? So first up, let's have a look at pituitary gland. Okay? So pituitary gland that is here is also called as the master gland, right? And here we see that this pituitary gland right here is a P-shaped gland. It's a very small gland which is located at the base of the brain. And we see here that there are two lobes. There's an anterior lobe and a posterior lobe. Now the reason why we call it as a master gland is because it produces hormones known as stimulating hormones. And these hormones are responsible for regulating the functioning of other hormones. So what are stimulating hormones? Stimulating hormones are nothing but those hormones which control the functioning of other hormones. So in the case of follicle stimulating hormone, they are responsible or they play a key role in the regulation on production of estrogen and progesterone. Luteinizing hormone is again responsible and plays a key role in the body. Now, thyroid stimulating hormone is responsible for the secretion of thyroxine, or it regulates the functioning or stimulates the thyroid gland to secrete thyroxine. Then you have growth hormone which controls or regulates the growth of the body. Similarly, we have posterior lobe which secretes oxytocin and vasopressin. Oxytocin is responsible for, sorry, this is not oxytocin, this is wrong, okay? So oxytocin here is responsible for the dilation of muscles, okay? So we see that these are responsible for dilation of muscles during, during pregnancy and birth, delivery of the baby. And vasopressin is responsible for increasing the reabsorption of water, right? So this is all about pituitary gland. What do you need to know about pituitary gland? It's very simple. You just need to know two things. Pituitary gland is the master gland. It secretes stimulating hormones, right? All you need to know is one example, that is TSH, okay? And you also need to know that it is responsible for producing growth hormone. Some other examples are FSH, LH, and then you can also talk about oxytocin. Yes, this is all that you need to know. What is stimulating hormone? A stimulating hormone is a hormone which controls the production of another hormone, right? Or it controls the production, it controls the functioning of another gland that produces the hormone. Are we clear? Are we clear? So far? Yes. Everybody is already very tired, ma'am. 9:15 ho gaya. Kya hai ye? Yes, okay. Very good, very good. Now let's move on to thyroid gland, okay? Now thyroid gland is the butterfly shaped gland which is located in our neck region, right? Yes. So now we know that it produces, the main hormone we need to know is thyroxine, and it also produces calcitonin, okay? Now we know that the main function of thyroxine is to regulate the body's metabolic rate. And it's also responsible for regulating brain development, bone maintenance, and so on. Now it's important that amount of hormone produced, right? So amount of hormones produced is also very important. Too much is also bad, too less is also bad. Which is why if we see that if there is too less of thyroxine which gets produced in the body, we see that it can cause various disorders. Now, one thing here is that for the production of thyroxine, for the production of thyroxine, iodine is important, okay? So, iodine is necessary for the production of thyroxine. Now, what happens here is that if there's not enough iodine in the body, right, or due to iodine deficiency, yes, so we see that due to iodine deficiency, we see that there will be very less thyroxine which will get produced in the body, right? So the relative amount of thyroxine getting produced will be less, and the thyroid gland will be overworking itself to produce more, which is why we normally see that there will be in some people a swelling in the neck region, and we call this condition as simple goiter, okay? While sometimes at a younger level, right, in young children only, if there's not enough thyroxine, then this will cause, conditions where there will be underdevelopment, or they will, they will not be properly developed. We call this as cretinism. Same thing if it happens in adults, it is called as myxoedema. But if there's too much of it which gets produced, then it causes a condition known as exophthalmic goiter. Now, I got a question in the chat which asked me, ma'am, what is metabolic rate, right? Yes, metabolic rate is nothing but the rate at which your chemical reactions take place, right? That's what we call as metabolic rate, okay? Very simple and easy. Now, we have adrenal gland. So, adrenal gland is again a cap-shaped gland, or we see that it's a gland which is located on top of the kidneys, which produces adrenaline. So, during some emergency situations, we see that it causes a fight or flight response, right? So, sometimes when we are nervous on stage, or sometimes when we are very scared, we see that our heart rate will increase, Our heart rate increases, our, blood starts to flow faster, more energy is released. So these are all responses to adrenaline, okay? Then of course we have pancreas. We know pancreas is a mixed gland, right? And we have already learnt about pancreas being a digestive gland. But we know that there are certain cells of the pancreas which produce insulin and glucagon. Now, insulin and glucagon are produced by the beta cells. They are produced by the islets of Langerhans. My bad. So, they are produced by the islets of Langerhans, right? Now, in this case, we know that insulin is produced by the beta cells and glucagon is produced by the alpha cells that are there. Now, both of them regulate the functioning. Yes, KU, I'm going to get to this. Both of them regulate the functioning of blood sugar levels. Now, the thing is, when we talk about blood sugar, this is a cell, okay? Now, glucose is available to the cell, okay? This is all this glucose. So much glucose is available to the cell, or what we call as sugar. It will be there in the blood. Now, we must often think that they will take it directly. But they will not be able to take it directly until and unless somebody tells them that, you know what, glucose is there for you, please take it. So that is the job of insulin, okay? So what does insulin do? I'm writing the functions here. What is the job of insulin? So insulin is responsible for uptake of glucose by the cell, okay? So it tells the cell that, you know what, glucose is available so that the glucose can enter into the blood. Now, sometimes what will happen is there is excess glucose, okay? There is way too much glucose in the body and there is excess. So, when excess glucose is there, it converts excess glucose into glycogen, alright? So, we see that excess glucose gets converted into glycogen that can be stored in the body. So, insulin has two functions, alright? While on the other hand, when we talk about glucagon, right? When we talk about glucagon, we see that glucagon is produced in cases where there is low blood sugar, okay? Or there is low blood glucose. There's not enough glucose in the body. So we need to take out our storage, right? All our stored reserve that is there, we need it, right? So what happens? Glycogen needs to be converted into glucose. and this conversion of glycogen to glucose is done by glucagon, while glucose to glycogen is done by insulin. So are we clear with glucagon and insulin? Are we clear? Yes? And yeah, sure, Madhumitra, we'll go through it. Are we clear with this? Okay, take a quick screenshot, again black screen, so it'll be tough for you. Okay, yes, hi Ishika, I'm saying hi to you. No, it is not clear. What happened? Are you not able to understand? Do you want me to do it in Hindi once again? Okay, ma'am, glucagon फिर से बताओ. ठीक है, no problem. हाँ, no problem अनन्या, come back later. Okay? एक और बार मैं हिंदी में समझाऊंगी, ठीक है? Quickly once again. इंसुलिन और ग्लूकागॉन दोनों हार्मोन्स है जो पैनक्रियास सेक्रीट करता है. इंसुलिन जो है ये सेल्स को ग्लूकोज टेकअप करने के लिए बोलता है. सो उसका मेन फंक्शन इज फॉर अपटेक ऑफ ग्लूकोज. अगर ग्लूकोज सेल के अंदर जाना है तो इंसुलिन चाहिए, वरना वो नहीं होगा. इसीलिए देयर मेन फंक्शन इज टू मेक श्योर. Oh, my handwriting looks very bad. Sorry, I'll rewrite this again. Sorry. So with a smart board, it's where I struggle, okay? Otherwise, my handwriting is nice. Right. So, I'll write it again. Not a problem. Right? So, my thing went away. So, insulin that is there, no? Just give me a moment, guys. Right. So, insulin ka... Oops. It's not working. Just give me a moment. So what is the role of insulin? Insulin का role क्या है? Insulin first and foremost cells को glucose लेने के लिए बोलता है. इसीलिए we say that they are responsible, right? So we say that they are, just give me a moment. They are responsible for uptake of glucose. Yes? So insulin responsible for cells to take up glucose. Okay? टेक अप ग्लूकोज. वो सेल्स को बोलते हैं अभी ग्लूकोज ले लो, अब अवेलेबल है आपको. नाउ अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, अगर एक्सेस ग्लूकोज ब्लड में है तो ये एक्सेस ग्लूकोज को वो ग्लाइकोजन में कन्वर्ट करते हैं ताकि वो बॉडी में स्टोर हो जाए. फॉर दिस रीजन ये दो फंक्शंस है इंसुलिन के. ग्लूकागॉन इसका ऑपोजिट काम करता है. ग्लूकागॉन का रोल है कि वो अगर बॉडी में इनफ ग्लूकोज नहीं है, राइट, इनसफिशिएंट ग्लूकोज, राइट, लेस ग्लूकोज, सॉरी फॉर द बैड हैंड राइटिंग, तो ये क्या करता है, ये स्टोर्ड ग्लाइकोजन को, जो स्टोर्ड है उसको ग्लूकोज में कन्वर्ट करता है. सो वन इज ग्लूकोज टू ग्लाइकोजन, अदर वन इज ग्लाइकोजन टू ग्लूकोज. हमारे पास ग्लूकोज नहीं है. हाँ ठीक है. ग्लूकोज एंड फ्रुक्टोज स्ट्रक्चरली आर डिफरेंट बट बोथ ऑफ देम आर सिंपल शुगर्स. मैम वांट स्क्रीनशॉट? डेफिनेटली टेक अ स्क्रीनशॉट. Are we ready everyone? Ma'am, does this process need energy? So this normally happens when we are in need of energy, right? So this is something that happens as it is. Yes, ma'am, ready. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay. So now we've looked at this. Now quickly we'll look at testis and ovary, which anyway we will discuss greater in detail. Now testis, as you know, is the male reproductive organ that is responsible for producing testosterone. Testosterone is responsible for regulating secondary sexual characters, which again we will learn in the next chapter. Then you have ovary, which is your female reproductive organ, which produces estrogen and progesterone. And we know that the estrogen is responsible for regulating secondary sexual characters, and progesterone is often known as the pregnancy hormone that is responsible for retaining the fertilized egg. I'll give you, can you give me 5 minutes? 9:30 we'll take a break. 9:30 we'll take a break, okay? So I'll finish off plant hormones, last small 2-minute topic, and we'll wind up, okay? Yes. So now we have plant hormones, which are also known as phytohormones, okay? So plant hormones or phytohormones are nothing but hormones which are produced in plants, right? So you have various kinds of plant hormones, like you have your auxin, gibberellin, ethylene, then you also have ABA. So you have a lot of these hormones. Now you have auxins here. Now auxins are mainly produced in shoot of apical meristem and young leaves, right? And they are responsible for promoting cell elongation, and they are responsible for promoting growth. Now with auxins, one thing is that they are light sensitive, okay? Which means that if sunlight is here, no, they are very sensitive to light. Auxin will accumulate on the other side, and thereby it will promote growth, right? Which is why sometimes you will observe bending towards the light. Now bending towards the light is not only a kind of, stimulus related movement, but it's also because auxin is accumulating on the opposite side, and thereby it is growing, right? Then of course we have gibberellins, which are responsible for stem elongation, and they are responsible for, breaking seed dormancy. Cytokinins that are there promote growth by cell division, right? Then we have ethylene, which is responsible for fruit ripening, and abscisic acid, which is a stress hormone which responds to or is produced in large numbers when the plant is in like extreme conditions, and it also accelerates aging. So for all of these hormones, one function is more than enough, okay? Auxin is cell elongation and apical dominance, and you also need to know about how auxin is sensitive to light and it gets accumulated on the other side, right? Then in gibberellin, stem elongation, dormancy, and promotes growth by cell division. Ethylene here induces fruit ripening, induces seed dormancy, and senescence. Then of course we have movement in plants. We have two kinds. We have nastic and we have tropic. So tropic movements are those which are in the direction. So both these movements are in response to a stimulus, okay? Both happen in response to a stimulus. Only difference is that in tropic movement, it is in the direction of the stimulus, right? While here, direction does not matter, okay? So direction does not matter. Now here again, if you see, this is growth dependent and this is growth independent. That means these movements are actually contributing to the growth of the plant. And again, we see that this is a slow response. This is relatively a faster response, right? So here, these are some examples of tropic movements. A lot of you are asking me, right? Tropic movements, we have phototropism, which happens in response to light, chemotropism in response to chemicals, geotropism in response to gravity, hydrotropism in response to water, and thigmotropism in response to touch. So with this, we have completed our next chapter, that is control and coordination, leaving us with the last chapter, simple chapter only, how do organisms reproduce? Yes? Okay, are we ready everybody? Are we ready? Do you want to take a 5-minute break and then start? Shall we do 5-minute break and then start? Take a water break and then we will do, okay? And this also we'll try to wind it up in half an hour to 45 minutes and then we'll do our Menti. Ma'am, CNS and PNS are the same. Name, one have brain and spinal cord while have no. No. See, CNS and PNS, no. This is your brain, okay? This is your spinal cord. These are your PNS, okay? So this part is your CNS and this part right here is your PNS, okay? So what emerged from the brain and spinal cord is what we call this. फटाफट कर जाएंगे. How do organisms? बहुत simple है ना. Reproduction ही है. आपको variation समझना है. कुछ keywords आपको समझना है. बस chapter will become easy. कुछ लोगों को 15-minute break चाहिए. कुछ लोगों को अभी फटाफट खत्म करना है. आप सब focus करना है इसीलिए बस. Yes, Renuka, I will tell them, don't worry. Take a 5-minute break. 15 is very long because then we will sit till 11 o'clock. We don't want that, no? We'll try to wind it up soon, okay? Yes. Ma'am, no one is listening. Thanks, NSYT, but there are a lot of students who are listening to class, okay? You may think that nobody is, but they are. So let's all focus on class, okay? कितना टाइम लेगा हम फटाफट करेंगे. हाफ एन आवर 45 मिनट्स में कर जाएंगे. ठीक है. यस ओके. इसके बाद मैं डिनर करूंगी. अभी मैं ब्रेक ले रही हूँ. आपका डिनर आप सब ने डिनर खा लिया. आपने साइड बाय साइड डिड यू हैव डिनर? यस ओके. व्हाई टू बी प्रोडक्टिव or how to be productive? Those of you who have not had dinner, I always tell you, I don't mind. You have dinner and you listen to what I'm teaching, that's all. Here and there, if you have doubts, you can write it down or eat dinner in that 15 minutes, keep it in mind and then tell me. आपके साथ करूँगा. आहा. No problem, no problem. Yes, definitely. Ma'am, आपका नाम, oh, a lot of you don't know me. I'm Aishwarya, okay? My name is Aishwarya. I don't use Instagram. Okay, from where are you taking class? I'm taking class from BYJU'S office in Bangalore. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you. How sweet, Ria. Very sweet. Yes. ANTHE admit cards will come very soon. Okay. Thank you, Anshul. Thank you. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to start exactly at 9:35. Okay. I'm just pausing right now. So later on, if somebody watches this video, you can fast forward 5 minutes. I mean, a few times. We want link of Telegram group. Group ka link is available in the description box. Okay. Thank you, Sky. SK Devil, can you just tell me your name? How nerves are different. See, nerves in spinal cord are pretty different because, see, there are some which are inside that form the tissue, right? That make up your spinal cord, right? But here, those which come out, they are different because they are relaying information out of the central nervous system. Yes? Bye, NSYT. Good night. Don't use Telegram, then please use Telegram, okay? Yes, okay. So, in the meanwhile, right? I'll just put my phone for charge, so just give me one moment. Okay, all right. Just give me one moment, everyone. I will start soon. Okay, ma'am, I'm feeling light. Good, good. It's very simple. All this is not very tricky. These are all easy things only. Time nahi lagega. Aap tension mat lo. Jaldi jaldi we'll do it. I'm just looking for my pen. Yeah. 12th May, I had taken PCMB. Yeah, we will share you the what are receptors? Receptors are nothing but they are specialized cells which can perceive your stimulus, right? So we see that they have the ability to perceive the stimulus. Okay, oh, reflex action I had just explained, Dilshan. So you can just rewind back that part and watch it, okay? Because we want to wind it up. Break ab hai. I will start now. Yes? Okay, everybody, so I'm going to get started with how do organisms reproduce. Last chapter, quick excitement level check on the chat. How excited are we for to wind up the chapter, then do our Menti quiz. I know we have a long way to go, but you guys have been such amazing students. Let me tell you that you are the ones who are motivating, you are the ones who are motivating me, right? To go on and on, right? Yes, amazing. Highest motivation is there on the chat. Then what else do I need, right? Okay, very quickly, everybody, give me a quick emoji, stream of emojis, and then we're going to get started with this, okay? All right. Okay, keeping your Josh high. All right. I hope, I will answer your question again towards the end, okay? All right, so let's get started with how do organisms reproduce. Now, this right here is a very simple chapter, okay? It's not complicated. It's absolutely easy. You've learned this chapter in your 7th grade. You've learned it in your 8th grade. And now you're just learning extensions of both this information in your 10th grade, right? So now, of course, when we talk about reproduction, right? We know that reproduction is nothing but the process of producing an offspring that is biologically or genetically similar to the parent organism. Yes? So very quickly, if I have to make this a very simpler definition for all of you, reproduction is nothing but the process by which living organisms, they make young ones of their own kind, right? That's an easier definition, so I'll write it down also. So it's a process by which living organisms make young ones of their own kind, right? So that is what we mean by reproduction. Yes? Very good. Now, of course, why is reproduction important? Why are we learning about this chapter? Because reproduction is a process which ensures continuity of species, right? So if a living organism is making a young one of its own kind, then this young one will eventually make another young one. So over time, more and more of the species are made, right? And we know that this ensures the continuity of species. Yes? Now, of course, this also ensures the prevention, or it prevents the extinction of the species, right? It makes sure that the organism is not there in the face of the planet. It can still continue to survive. And the last point, which we will discuss a little later, is how it produces variation in species and leads to its evolution. So over time, what happens is that something known as variation takes place that helps in evolution, right? So let's understand this a little more. Now, of course, when we talk about, so let me maybe use a better example, right? So let's start off with a better example on understanding how this reproduction takes place, right? So now we know that a cell, right? A cell that is there has a genetic material, no? So there'll be some genetic material inside the cell. Now, when the cell makes its copy, right? So if I say that there is a copy which is being made, yes? So in this case, if you see, I have made a copy of this particular parent cell that is there. So this here is now giving you daughter cell 1 and it is giving you daughter cell 2, okay? Now in both cases, what is happening? We see that these two daughter cells are identical to the parent. Or genetically, we see that there has been some modification. We see that genetically a copy has been made such that two daughter cells are now there, right? So this is what we understand as DNA copying. And DNA copying is a very important mechanism that takes place so that the genetic information, right? This genetic information is continued or it's passed on from one cell to the other. And apart from this, if you see, another very important thing to remember is that during this process of DNA copying, no? So let's say from one generation to the next generation to the next generation to the next, okay? DNA copying is constantly taking place. But what happens is that at some point, there will be some slight differences, okay? They're very slight. They are not very huge and fancy differences, slight difference. But this slight difference is what arises or causes variation, right? So that is what we mean by variation. Now, some of you are asking me, ma'am, what is mitosis? Mitosis is what I have shown right here. So mitosis is a process, or it's a type of cell division which we call as equational division, right? So we call this as equational division, where the parent cell will make identical, or it will give rise to two daughter cells, It will give rise to two daughter cells in such a way that the genetic material or the amount of chromosomes is the same, right? So this is what we mean by DNA copying. Are we clear? Is there some spam happening here? Please focus on the class, okay? So Anshul, this is what we mean by mitosis, and I'll come to meiosis in just a bit, okay? So now, of course, we have two kinds of modes of reproduction, right? So we have two modes of reproduction. You have asexual mode of reproduction and sexual mode of reproduction. Yes? So in asexual mode of reproduction, we see that there is only one parent which is involved, right? And we see that no reproductive cells are involved here. So parent is directly giving you an offspring, right? So again, we see that parent is directly giving you an offspring. There is no in-between reproductive cells or gametes. What are gametes? They are nothing but reproductive cells, okay? Now, apart from this, we see that variations are not observed, or I will say variations are minimum. Now, on the other hand, when you look at sexual reproduction, we see that there are two parents which are involved, right? So, you see that there is a mother and there is a father. Or another way is there is a male and there is a female, right? Now, here we see that the males and females, right? So, here I'll write male and female. We see here that they produce some reproductive cells. So, when we say two parents are involved, we see that they produce some reproductive cells. And these reproductive cells are what we call as gametes. So, you have a male gamete and you have a female gamete. And we see that these male and female gametes will fuse to produce a single cell that will eventually give rise to an offspring, right? And because there is this fusion, we observe that there are variations. So the offspring that is produced as a result of sexual reproduction is not identical to the parent, okay? So here we see that this is only similar to the parent, while in this case we see that they are identical to the parent. Are we clear? Quickly in the chat. Yes? Are we clear? Very quickly give me a thumbs up so that we can move on. This forms your basis. Do we understand what is DNA copying? Why DNA copying can give you variations? Very good. Super duper, super duper. Okay. So now let's look at asexual reproduction. So in asexual mode of reproduction, there is quite a bit, but the end is very same, okay? If you know how exactly it's happening, you know that some of the things are constant, like only one parent, no gametes, right? So this is very simple. Now, in asexual mode of reproduction, you have various kinds. You have fission, budding, fragmentation, regeneration, spore formation, and vegetative propagation. So let's first have a look at fission, right? So fission, you have two kinds. You have binary fission and multiple fission. But before I go into details of it, what do we mean by the term fission? Fission literally means to split, right? Or split into two. So when we talk about fission, like you would have heard of nuclear fission and all in physics, right? So fission is where things split. So here in binary fission, like what we observe in amoeba, we see it in paramecium, right? What we observe is that there is one single parent which will undergo some changes such that it has duplicated its genetic material. So the genetic material, like I told you, during DNA copying, it will undergo some changes. It has made two copies in such a way that it can now split into two and give rise to two daughter cells. Yes? So binary fission is when a parent will give rise to two daughter cells. Binary. Now in amoeba, the plane of division, right? How the parent is splitting doesn't matter because amoeba does not have a definite shape. But in the case of paramecium or in leishmania, right? So in leishmania, which tends to have a flagella, we see that it is longitudinal. So we see that it will divide only in this way. Because if it divides this way, it will not give you a parent. I mean, it will not give you an offspring. It will die. So it needs to, divide. So in these kind of animals, organisms, we see that division of plane matters. Yes? Okay. Alright. Now, of course, we'll move on to multiple fission. Okay? Multiple fission. Again, multiple suggests that many. Now, in the case of Plasmodium, what happens is that the nuclei will split, okay? So we see that the nuclei which are there, they will form many copies. The genetic material, there will be many copies which are there, and they'll all be enclosed inside a cyst, okay? So they'll all be enclosed within some cytoplasm. And all of these will be enclosed within a cyst. Now this normally happens when the conditions are unfavorable, okay? So when conditions are not favorable, it will be in this manner. And then when conditions become favorable, the cyst will rupture, giving rise to many of these offsprings, okay? Yes, in Plasmodium, it is multiple fission. In amoeba, it is binary fission. Very simple and easy. Remember here, the genetic material is making 2 copies. There are multiple copies which are being made, okay? Then you have budding. Now, budding is something we see in unicellular organism like yeast, and we see it in multicellular organism like hydra, right? So, what is a bud? Bud is nothing but in budding we see that there's a formation of a bud or an outgrowth. So, we see that in one part, right? So, here in one part we see that there are many cells which will start to divide, and it will form an outgrowth or it will form a bud. Right? So we see that it forms an outgrowth or it will form a bud. Now we see that, just 1 minute everybody. Yes. So now what we observe is that when a bud is formed, right? So from the parent in one spot, Yes. So basically what happens is that at one spot we see that there's an outgrowth or a bud. Now this bud will keep growing, okay? And then it will develop, and then we see that it will mature, and then it will give rise to a new one. So this is very simple and easy, right? Now in both yeast also, if you see, right? In yeast also what do you observe? We see that at one point there will be an outgrowth or a projection. And eventually we see that this will keep getting bigger and bigger until it will get chopped off. So what is a bud? It is an outgrowth or a point at which there are many cells growing and it will form an outgrowth. This is your keyword, okay? Just remember this part. What is the difference between fragmentation? I am coming to that, okay? I am just coming to all that part. So next up we have fragmentation. Again, look at it very literally. Fragment, right? So in this case, if you see, we are talking about how a fragment is formed. And this is something we observe in filamentous filamentous algae like Spirogyra. So what happens is that the parent Spirogyra it will be broken down into fragments. It could be 2 fragments, it could be 4, it could be 8. Many fragments are there. Now what you need to remember when you are defining this is that each fragment, okay? So here we see that each fragment will give rise to a new organism. So if you have 2 fragments, you will get 2 daughter cells at the end of it, okay? You have 4 fragments, you will get 4 daughter cells. You have 8 fragments, you are going to get 8 daughter cells. So basically, each and every fragment will give rise to a new organism. But on the other hand, when we talk about, in this case, right, when we talk about fragmentation, this right here is a mode of reproduction. I want all of you to write this down. I know a lot of you are asking me, right? This is a mode of reproduction. Yes? While what is regeneration? First and foremost, you need to understand that regeneration is not a mode of reproduction. Okay? So this right here is not a mode of reproduction. Okay? Organisms do not normally regenerate, right? What we do observe is that in some unfavorable conditions or in some extreme conditions, right? When we see that they are not able to reproduce, For example, in the case of planaria, which can reproduce even by fragmentation, what we observe, what we observe is that if it cannot reproduce, conditions are not ideal for it, then we see that it will regenerate. So for example, we see that your liver is an organ which can regenerate. The tail of, a lizard can regenerate, right? And again, if you look at the arms of a starfish, we can regenerate, right? It can grow. Now, these are not ways in which they are reproducing. So, are we clear with the difference between regeneration and fragmentation? Yes? Ma'am, ये एक बार नीट में पूछ चुका है. Exactly, this is a very common concept, right? Very common concept. Yes, are we clear now? Are we clear with the difference between the two? Yes, very good, very good. Starfish and lizard, yes, I have told them they will regenerate. The arms and the tail will regenerate. No, ma'am, please once again. Check करो जाके क्या हो रहा है chat में. All of you focus. No other conversations, everybody. Okay, so very simple. You have fragmentation and you have regeneration, right? Now, in fragmentation, what we observe is that parent will be broken down into fragments. I am only making flowcharts. I don't want to spend too much time writing, okay? Now, each fragment, right? Very important. Each fragment will give rise to a offspring, okay? So, if I have 1 and 2, each of this is going to give me a new organism. This is a mode of reproduction. While in regeneration, what happens is that due to some unfavorable conditions, okay? So this is this happens mainly during unfavorable conditions, okay? Now, apart from this, this is not a mode of reproduction. So this is also something you need to remember, right? And organisms will resort to regeneration only during extreme conditions. Yes? Okay. Are we clear? For those of you who asked me this once again, are we clear? All right. Very good, everyone. Very good. Focus on the chat. Focus on the class. I can see something else is happening on the chat, right? So let's focus. So now we've looked at regeneration. Now we'll quickly look at spore formation, okay? So in the case of spore formation, we know that spore formation is seen in fungi, all right? So the most common example we can take here is rhizopus, okay? So in rhizopus, we know that they have these, thread-like structures which are known as hyphae, and a network of thread-like structures form your mycelium. And we see that some of them ascend above, forming these balloon-shaped structures known as sporangium, right? So here we have sporangium. Now inside the sporangium, there are spores, okay? And these spores have the ability to germinate into a new organism. So in the case of spore formation, we see that these are tiny structures which have the ability to germinate into a new organism. And we see that the conditions for the spores to germinate is when it is hot and humid. So we need some amount of hot temperature, and it needs to have good amount of warmth also. It needs to have good amount of water content. Which is why sometimes if you sprinkle some water on bread, right, eventually we see that the fungi will start to grow. So in this case, it is very important that we understand this, okay? So spore formation, your key points are spores are present in sporangia or sporangium, which is the singular one, requires hot and humid conditions to grow. Each spore will germinate, and only when the conditions are favorable, they will germinate. But if it is unfavorable, right, if the conditions are not favorable and they are unfavorable, what do you think will happen? Will they germinate or will they not germinate? Yes? They need humid temperatures. Very good. Will they germinate or will they not germinate? What do you think if it is unfavorable? Yes, in the chat everyone. No, they will not germinate. But will they die, right? CBSE mein aaya tha, exactly. These are questions I am also giving you. They will not germinate. Yes. But will they die? Will these spores die? Haan. Okay. This is a misconception. If it is unfavorable, they will not germinate, okay? But they will not die. Spores have the ability to survive, okay? Spores have the ability to survive and they will not die. They will wait till conditions become favorable for them to grow, okay? So this is important that you understand this difference, okay? So now we'll move on to vegetative propagation and then we can wind up asexual mode of reproduction. So in vegetative propagation, if you see, right, we know that this is something we observe in plants, yes? So it is a kind of asexual reproduction we observe in plants. So in vegetative propagation, we see that a new plant grows from a fragment or a part of the parent plant from a vegetative part. So what are vegetative parts? Vegetative parts are actually the non-reproductive parts, okay? So these are the non-reproductive parts, which mainly include your root, it includes your stem, and it includes your leaf, okay? So this is what we mean by vegetative propagation, yes? All right. Now, of course, if you see, we take a fragment and a new plant is formed. Now, this can be of two types. You have natural and you have artificial. Are we clear? Are we clear? Yes, I know. Are you? If you guys are tired and everything, please make sure that you get up, wash your face a little, walk around, freshen up, okay? Because I understand that it's a little long and we've been learning for quite some time. But don't worry, as and when if you're not understanding, I'll teach you once again. हाँ, नींद आ रही है, कोई नहीं. We'll wind it up soon, okay? So what is vegetative propagation? Vegetative propagation is a kind of asexual reproduction we see in plants, where we take the vegetative part of the plant. Now what is a vegetative part? It is a non-reproductive part. Because we know that in flowering plants, we know flowers are especially when flowers are involved, it's sexual reproduction, right? But here the non-reproductive parts, like if you take a root, stem, or if you take a leaf of the plant, put it in soil, then we see that it have the ability to grow into a new plant. Yes, okay. All right, I've explained this once again. So are we clear? We'll understand this more in detail as we go, okay? Yes, I told you 45 minutes and I'll wind up soon, okay? Don't worry. So now, of course, we have natural and artificial. Now, in natural modes, we can take the root, we can take the stem, or we can take the leaf, right? So if we were to take the root, the example is sweet potato, right? So sweet potato is an example where I can take the root and I can put it in soil and it will grow into a new sweet potato plant. And we know that in sweet potato, this is a modified root, no? This is a modified root of the plant and that I'm taking and it's growing, yes? Now in stem, if you see, we have a normal potato, okay? So we have a normal potato which is nothing but a modified stem, yes? And in this case, what do we observe? This will give rise to a new plant. And in the case of leaf, we have bryophyllum, right? So in this case, we have bryophyllum, wherein it will give rise to a new plant. Yes? Okay. So now quickly for sweet potato again. Understand that there are buds, okay? Now this bud is a little different from your bud in hydra that we saw. But nonetheless, they are nothing but small outgrowths, okay? So in sweet potato, we see that sweet potato, carrot, we see that there are modified roots which will give rise to a new plant. So from these buds, a new plant will arise. Similarly, for potato also, we have these buds which are there, which will give rise to a new plant. Leaf, on the margins of the leaf, if you see, right? So in these margins, if you see, we have outgrowths or the points from which a new bud will arise, and this will give rise to a new plant. Yes, very good. Are we clear, everybody, with this? Natural methods, are we clear? quickly in the chat. Yes? Ma'am, why potato is not root? Potato is a underground modified tuber. It's a modified stem. Okay? That's why it's not a root. 10 p.m. Give me 15 more minutes. Everybody will wind up. Don't worry. Last time 9th graders were there with me till 10:30. I started late, of course, but in their case, they were there with me till 9:30. We did Menti, 80, 90 of them were there. So you 10th graders, I know you will be able to do it, right? Oh, those of you who have test, please, you can go and study, okay? Yes, very good. Menti ke liye jage raho. Yes, Menti ke liye jage raho. So now quickly moving on to artificial methods. So we have grafting, layering, cutting and tissue culture. So now of course quickly we will look at tissue culture that is there. So in tissue culture what do? We see that we take pieces of the plant, right, which have your meristematic tissue. So pieces like your, leaf tip or, your node region or root tips, and then we will culture it in an artificial medium so that it gives rise to a new plant, right? So this is what we mean by it. So basically here in tissue culture, remember we take parts which has meristematic tissue, that is your root tip, or you take a nodal region, or you will take a leaf tip, right? And then you will put it in an artificial nutrient medium, and then of course you will have, a callus formation which does not have a defined shape, and as you keep taking care of it and growing it in the nutrient medium, it will give rise to a plantlet. So with this, if you see, we have covered asexual mode of reproduction, right? Now quickly moving on to sexual reproduction. Yes? So in sexual reproduction, we see that there are two parents which are involved, okay? Now I need you to focus on this part, because if you get this, the last part is sexual reproduction in plants, which we will finish in 5 minutes, okay? Very simple and easy. Now here we know that in sexual reproduction in humans, we have two parents which are involved, right? And we know that there is a male and there is a female. Now your male produces reproductive cells, okay? And these reproductive cells are what we call as the gamete. So in males we see that sperm is produced. In females we see that ovum is produced. Now these gametes are slightly different from the cells which are produced inside our body, okay? Because apart from all the other cells which have 46 chromosomes, or the full set of chromosomes, we see that gametes have only 23. So they have only 23 or half the number. And we see that they come together, they undergo fusion, and we see that it gives rise to a young offspring, which will eventually develop into a young baby. And this baby will have similarities with the mother and the father, but it will not be the same, okay? Yes, I'll wind up very quickly. Don't worry, don't worry. I know a lot of you are tired, so we'll wind this up quickly, okay? So let's understand reproduction in humans, right? So now for reproduction in humans, we now know that there are gametes which are involved. So now the next question is, where are these gametes produced? So your gametes are produced in the reproductive organs, right? So we see that there are specialized organs which produce the gametes, and there are structures which are responsible for producing the gametes, bringing them together so that a young offspring can be produced. And that is where your reproductive system comes into the picture. All right? So that is where the reproductive system comes. Now when we talk about reproductive system, we see that we hit, or all individuals hit, the period of adolescence. So now normally what happens is that every individual is born with a reproductive system, but the reproductive system doesn't start maturing and being more active until and unless an individual reaches the adolescence phase, or he or she hits puberty, right? So what happens? So in this case, if you see, in the case of puberty, we see that it's a period or a time period where a lot of sexual changes start to happen, okay? Lot of physical changes, lot of mental changes, and lot of sexual changes start to happen. So what happens during puberty? Well, in males, we observe some physical changes, right? So we see growth of facial and body hair. We see that the body becomes more broader and a little more muscular. We see that the voice starts to crack and it becomes more deep and hoarse. And of course, we see that there is enlargement of the external genitalia and production of testosterone, right? So we see that these are some of the secondary sexual characters which are produced. While on the other hand, in the case of females, more female hormones are produced. There is onset of menstruation or menstrual cycle, enlargement of the mammary glands or the breasts, widening of hips to accommodate the growing baby. Now, of course, we know that the adolescence phase will start from around between 10 to 13 and differs from individual to individual. And this will go on till complete development, which is around 2021. Okay. So here it's not that in this period the body is capable of, even though the body is developing, it is not ideal, right? The body is still not fully developed for sexual maturity. It's not fully attained sexual maturity, which is why only in adulthood the body attains that sexual, physical and mental maturity, right? Yes. So how long will it take? Are you asking me about the class or are you asking me about adolescence? Yes? Very quickly, can you tell me? Yes, everybody, quickly. Are we clear so far with what we have learned? Are we clear? Okay, Nidish. All right. What is adolescence? Adolescence is a transition period between childhood and adulthood. Okay, clear? Okay, I'm gonna move fast, don't worry. Okay. So now, of course, in the case of humans, right, we know that we have sexual reproduction and now we know that once our body has attained. So during this process, the reproductive system will start to develop. So in males, we have the male reproductive system and in females, we have the female reproductive system. And we see that they are what is responsible for the production, or they are what is responsible for all processes related to reproduction, right? Yes, this is the last chapter. So first up, let us have a look at the male reproductive system. Now, in the case of male reproductive system, right, we know that the main reproductive organ that is there is nothing but the testes. So this right here is the main reproductive organ and we know that there are a pair of testes. Now we see that these testes are extra-abdominal, okay. So testes in males are extra-abdominal, which means that they are found hanging outside the body. And we see that these testes are what is responsible for the production of sperms. So testes are the main reproductive organs. They are responsible for production of sperms, okay? So they are responsible for production of sperms and of course the hormone that is testosterone, okay? Now here we see that the testes are protected by a sac-like structure known as scrotum and it protects it there. There are layers of skin and other tissues which are there, and the reason why they are extra-abdominal is because production of sperms requires a lesser body temperature than your normal body temperature. So if the body temperature is 37 degrees, sperm production requires around between 34 to 35 degrees Celsius, okay? Which is why they are extra-abdominal, alright? Then of course, once the sperms are produced, right? So once the sperms are produced, we see that it is then sent to the next part, which is the epididymis, okay? So this right here, what you see is the epididymis, which is a highly coiled structure wherein the sperms are temporarily stored, okay? And from there, we see that once the sperms mature and they grow, we see that it will then go on to the next part, which is the vas deferens. So from here, we see that there is vas deferens or there is sperm duct, which will transport it, okay? So they will transport the sperms. And from there, the vas deferens will go upwards, loop over the urinary bladder, right? And then it will go down. And it will start to go down like this. Now, as it goes down, it will start receiving some secretions. Now, these secretions are not part of the reproductive tract and they are pouring in their secretion. So, they are accessory glands, right? So, in this case, if you see, these are all your accessory glands. So you have your seminal vesicle, which provides a means of transport, right? So they provide a secretion which acts as a means of transportation, right? Then you have your prostate gland, which is the largest accessory gland that is there. And here we see that they provide so they change the medium basically. So they provide a alkaline medium, okay? And then of course there is the small gland which is present on the side, which is called as the Cowper's gland. And Cowper's gland will produce a secretion which gives like a lubrication, okay? So basically now you have the sperms along with various secretions or pourings from the accessory glands. So this right here is what we call as semen, okay? And once the semen is formed through the urethra, okay, we see that through the urethra that enters into the male genital tract, we see that it is expelled out through the external genitalia, that is the penis, okay. So this is all about the male reproductive system. Very simple and easy. So now of course, I've explained everything in that slide only. We'll quickly move on to female reproductive system. Now, your female reproductive system that is there is a little important, okay? Because your male reproductive system is producing the male gamete, that is the sperms. But the formation of the young one happens within the female's body, right? So, the female reproductive system is extremely crucial. So, we see that the main reproductive organ here is the ovary that produces the ovum. Ova is the plural, or we also say eggs, right? Now what happens is that inside the ovary, the eggs are produced and we have a pair of ovaries, okay? Now every month, once the female has attained or hit puberty, we see that every month one egg is released from one ovary. So one egg is released from one ovary in 1 month, okay? This is what is happening. Now what happens is that from here it will move on to the next part, which is, you see these finger-like projections, which is the funnel part of the oviduct, and it will move into the fallopian tube. Now the fallopian tube is roughly about 12 centimeters and both of it is there on both the sides. So one from your right and one from the left will come, okay? And they'll join this giant pear-shaped structure that is there, which is the uterus. So this is a giant pear-shaped muscular organ. Alright? So this is a giant pear-shaped muscular organ. Are we clear so far? Are we clear? Yes? Everybody, so far with the male reproductive system and the female reproductive system, we are clear, no? Okay, all right, no problem. I think sometimes that happens. I think the chat is stuck here. It is all clear. Very good, very good. No problem. Sometimes it happens. Please, we'll tell the chat moderator not to do that. I'm almost done. Female reproductive system, reproductive health, and very small portion, and then we'll quickly wind up with Menti. Okay? Bhook lagi hai, aap please kha lo, Anand. Don't wait for me, right? You keep eating as the class goes. Okay? All right. Yeah. Okay. So now, of course, you have uterus, which is a giant pear-shaped muscular organ. And we see that then it will then lead on to the cervix, which is also known as the birth canal. And last, of course, this will open into an elastic tube-like structure known as the vagina. Okay. Now, the vagina is the point of entry, right? So we know that once the egg, right? So we see that ovaries produce the female gamete, which is the egg or the oocyte, right? Now what happens is that when the sperms are released through the vagina, right? And through the process of ejaculation, semen is released, and we know that through the vagina, the sperms enter and they will swim upwards. So from the cervix to the uterus, they will swim upwards all the way till the fallopian tube. Right? Now at the same time, if the egg is also released, right, or the oocyte or ovum, right, if the egg is also released, we see that the egg will now go from here, it will go through the oviduct. And the inner lining of the oviduct have many hair-like structures called as cilia that will constantly lash back and forth, and it will transport the egg, okay? And we see that at the oviduct, right, So we see that in the oviduct is your site of fertilization. Now what is fertilization? So we see that there are many sperms and one single egg. Now what happens is that out of many sperms, one sperm will be able to penetrate, and what will happen is we see that the egg and the sperm will fuse to form a single cell, right? It will fuse to form a single cell. Now important to remember this, okay? Only this part. So egg which has 23 chromosomes fusing with your sperm which has 23 chromosomes will give rise to a single cell structure known as zygote which has 46. And this zygote will undergo series of cellular division, right? Mitotic division, giving rise to something known as a blastocyst. And this blastocyst will eventually develop, form an embryo, right? This embryo will then form a fetus in the body, and then ultimately we get a young baby. Okay? So this is a rough synopsis, but I've left quite a bit of details down which I will explain now. Okay? So this process of fusion of egg and sperm to give rise to zygote is what we call as fertilization. Okay? And once fertilization has taken place, we see that the fused egg, right, or the fertilized egg will further descend down. So it will go down the fallopian tube, it will go to the inner linings of the uterus where it will implant. So it will lodge itself, right? Or what will happen is it will get lodged here, right? And this process wherein the structure gets, or the embryo gets lodged into the wall of the uterus is what we call as implantation. Okay? So this is what we understand as implantation. Okay? Now once it has been implanted, we know that inside the mother's body, now within the uterus is where the development happens, and over a period of 9 months the young one will fully develop. Okay? And we know that the young embryo gets nutrition from the mother's blood with the help of a tissue known as placenta. So placenta is a discoid or a disc-shaped structure, right? So it is a disc-shaped tissue which is connected, or it is connected to the baby with the help of the umbilical cord, right? So the umbilical cord is a long tube that connects the placenta to the young one. And through this we see that it gets the oxygen from the mother, it will be able to get nutrients, it will be able to get oxygen, it will be able to get the important, necessary proteins, all of that will be there. And at the same time from the baby, it will also collect your unwanted waste material. Okay, so this is unwanted waste material, and then of course it will also collect carbon dioxide. Yes? And if fertilization does not happen, right? So we know that normally the uterus is always preparing itself and its inner lining is always thickened with blood and mucus. This is always because the uterus wants to prepare itself for implantation. But if fertilization does not happen, then we see that the inner lining of the uterus will get shed, right? So shedding of the inner lining will take place along with the unfertilized egg. And this is what we call as menstruation, right? So what is menstruation? Shedding of blood along with mucus and the unfertilized egg, right? So this is what we mean by menstruation, and this is a cyclic process, which is why we call it as menstrual cycle. Then quickly moving on to last two topics, okay? Now I need all your attention and focus because after this we are going to do Menti, okay? Jage raho because abhi Menti ka time aa gaya hai, okay? Yes, okay. Radhika is back. Hello, hello. So last part, and this is very, very important on an examination front, that is reproductive health, okay? So reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being that is related to the matters of the reproductive functioning and processes. Now, reproductive health is extremely important because this can help prevent individuals from unwanted pregnancies, right? And it will also help in making sure that unwanted diseases, right? So unwanted diseases which can affect the reproductive parts can be avoided. So some of the diseases that are there include gonorrhea, syphilis and AIDS, which can affect the reproductive system, or they are transmitted during unprotected, right? So during unprotected intercourse, this could be transmitted, these bacterial or viral diseases, right? So here we see that gonorrhea is caused by bacteria, syphilis is again caused by bacteria, AIDS of course is caused by the virus. So how can we prevent the spread? By using contraception. So you have barrier method, intrauterine devices, hormonal and surgical methods. So contraception is something where we intentionally prevent conception using various devices, right? So conception, or we intentionally prevent pregnancies from happening by using devices, maybe practices, chemicals, drugs or surgical procedures. So barrier method is nothing but the usage of a physical barrier. So this could be either usage of condoms in men, right? Or it would be diaphragm lodged into the uterus. It will give out some ions, right? Which will prevent the meeting of the sperm and the egg. Then you have hormonal methods which include contraceptive pills. So this mainly includes contraceptive pills. So again, in this case, these pills are made up of hormones that cause an imbalance, right? Which prevent the meeting of, which again make sure that fertilization does not take place, right? And last but not the least, we have surgical method which includes tubectomy and vasectomy, again wherein we know that in tubectomy, the fallopian tubes are they are cut and they are ligated, right? So we see that they are cut and ligated so that the site of fertilization itself is destroyed. Now vasectomy is in males where the vas deferens is cut. Okay, very good. Now of course advantages: preventing unwanted pregnancies, helping with family planning, maternal health improves, and preventing STDs. Now last but not the least is of course in the case of plants. So I'm going to quickly go through this part, okay? Now in the case of plants also, we know sexual reproduction takes place, wherein we know that the male part is the stamen and the female part is the pistil. Now the male has the anther and the filament, right? And your anther produces pollen grains, okay? And these pollen grains consist of the male gamete. So they have the male gamete inside them. While in the case of pistil, this is the female reproductive part, right? And we know that here there is stigma, which is a terminal knob-like structure, a long style. We have the ovary, which is a swollen base, inside which we have ovule that consists of the female part. Yes? Now the pollen grains are transferred from the anther to the stigma by the process of pollination. We have self-pollination or we can have cross-pollination. So self-pollination is within the same flower, or it could be two flowers of the same plant. While in the case of cross-pollination, it is between two flowers which are in two different plants but of the same species. Okay? Now once the pollen grain has landed, we know that pollen tube formation takes place, which will germinate down through the style and reach the ovule. Now inside the ovule, we know that there is the embryo sac, right? So inside the ovule, it has the embryo sac that consists of the female gamete. Now here in the case of this, we see that, let me just go back. Yes. Now of course here as well, if you notice, we see that inside the embryo sac, right? We see that there are many cells, but cells that we need to be concerned with. So this is our egg cell, right? So it's marked zygote, but this is the egg cell. And this right here is the central cell, or what we call as the secondary nucleus or the polar nuclei, right? So this is the secondary nucleus or the polar nuclei. Now what happens is that once the pollen tube forms, the male gametes are transmitted through the pollen tube and it will come here. Now one male gamete will fuse with the female gamete here or the egg cell to give zygote. While the second cell that is there will fuse with the secondary polar nuclei forming the primary endosperm nucleus or pen, right? So it will form primary endosperm nucleus. So here one fusion is egg cell and male gamete, second one is male gamete and polar nuclei. And because fusion or fertilization is taking place twice, we call this as double fertilization. Okay, so this is what we mean by double fertilization. Now, post that we know that the ovary will mature to form the fruit, ovule will mature to form the seed. Yes, and this of course the basic structure which has the embryo. Then of course your embryo has plumule which will give rise to the shoot, and you have the radicle which will give rise to the root. Yes. So with this of course everybody, we are done. Yes. We are done, and use the code, go to Menti finally, right? Yes, all right everybody, very quickly. I know a lot of you are waiting for this and I am very surprised. See, it's 10:30 and you guys are still here. You guys are so excited for the class. I cannot tell you how excited all of you are. Like, you are the ones who are keeping me, excited and strong for today. And I know today's class was a little long, right? But we had 3 very huge chapters to cover. So thank you so much everyone. Let me open Menti in the meanwhile. Till you all join the code, I'm going to just quickly open Menti, okay? All right, everybody. Yes. Okay. I think some of them can see the questions. All right. So the code is there. Are you all able to see the code? Have you joined? Code is in description box. Yes. Okay. So let me just present this. I'll send it to you in the chat also. So I'll also send it 71265. 295. Yes, I have also sent it to you in the chat. Okay. All right, let me just find my controls. I can see 21 of you have already joined. Others, you can quickly join. Okay. The Menti is going to be very easy. We'll wind up in 15 minutes. I know almost 11 o'clock today. Right? How much time Menti will take? Fatafat we'll finish. Don't worry. Yes? All right, I want you all to quickly join so that I can get started with Menti. How many questions? I have actually not checked, but I think around 10 to 12 questions will be there. We'll do it soon. For those of you who are new, go to www.menti.com and put the code that we have sent to you, okay? Yes, 40 of you are here. All right, and very quickly everybody, if you've enjoyed the class so far, please make sure that you don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, because see, this is a place where we really look out for you, right? We want to make sure that you get premium education, you get full, complete understanding. And so far, if there are any doubts that you've had so far, because I also know you must be very tired, but if you have any doubts so far, do let me know, okay? Amazing, amazing. And did you all enjoy today's class? I know today's class was very long, but did you enjoy it? Yes, very good, very good. Okay, so I'm going to get started, okay? 90 of you are here, but I think we can get started, yes? Oh, we have 15 questions. Fatafat we'll finish, okay? 4 hours enjoyed. That is awesome. I am so happy to hear that. Memorable class, ma'am. It's a memorable class for me also. 67, amazing, amazing. Okay, 68 of you are, and 94 of you are in live, and I can see only 68. You guys keep joining in, okay? All right, let's have a look at question number 1. I'll stand on that side. Red color of the blood is due to the presence of what? Chloroplast, chlorophyll, hemoglobin, or is it blood platelets? Very simple and easy, right? Super easy question for all of you. Okay, everyone, in your chat, yes? No, Ananya, you are not a ghost. None of you are ghosts. Now is the time to relax a little bit, no? Time's almost up. Yes, chota sa bacha, I'll give you time, okay? Very good. We know that hemoglobin is the red color, or it is what imparts red color, and it is also responsible for the production, right? So it's also responsible for transport of oxygen. Yes. Now let's move on to question number 2. Everybody, you can quickly write your names. I'm giving you time to write your names, okay? All right. Just give me one moment, everyone. Okay. So are we ready? Let's get started. Select the incorrect statements amongst the following. Kidney contain filtration units called neuron. Artificial kidney is a device to remove nitrogenous waste products through dialysis. Urine is produced in urinary bladder, and kidneys are located in abdomen on either side of backbone. Select the incorrect statements. This should be a very easy one. Very good, everybody. Very good. See, one said kidney's basic filtration units are neuron. That is not the case. It is nephron, right? And 3 said that urine is produced in urinary bladder. No, urine is produced in kidneys and stored in the urinary bladder. Not to get confused with the other options, okay? All right, question number 3. On your screens, everyone. Yes, okay. I'm banana. No problem, chota sa bacha, it happens. Ready? Let's get going. All right. Assertion statement says that when we eat something we like, our mouth waters. Reason being that we eat various types of food which has to pass through the digestive tract. This is a little tough question, okay? Assertion says that when we eat something we like, our mouth waters. Reason being we eat various types of food which has to pass through the digestive tract. Very quickly, everyone, what do you think is the answer? Yes, see, both are correct, okay? When we eat something we like, our mouth waters. Why does our mouth water? Because we have developed a taste for it, or we want to eat it, we like it, right? Or option number 2 being that we are really hungry and we just need to eat something. Like how most of you are telling me, ma'am, abhi to dinner ka time to long gone, I'm still hungry, right? But we eat various types of food which has to pass through the digestive tract. Yes, we do, because different kinds of food have different nutrients in them, no? So basically we need to eat it. But this reason is not the correct explanation for A, which is why the correct answer is option number B. Yes? Wonderful, wonderful. Now moving on, let's have a look at question number 4. Are we ready, everybody? All of you are here on Menti. Let's have a look. So it's 5 questions from each chapter, okay? Match the column. So on one side you have trypsin, bile juice, lipase and salivary amylase. Then you have the functions. It breaks down large fat, okay? It is responsible for protein digestion. It breaks down starch into sugars, secreted from pancreas. Yes, I'm going as fast as I can. All right, everyone. Super easy one. Very good, very good. So we know that in the first case, right, when we talk about trypsin, we know that trypsin is an enzyme which is produced in the pancreas. We know bile is responsible for emulsification of fat, right? So based on that, we had lipase, which is responsible for digestion of fat. So basically, given that, this is the correct answer. All right. Okay. So now let's move on to the next one. Second, last question from life process. Okay. Very last question. Yes? Quickly on your screens. Large fat globules into small fat globules. The given process is the main function of what? Salivary amylase, trypsin, hydrochloric acid, or bile salts. This is from life process chapter. This is a very easy one. Large fat droplets into smaller fat droplets. This is the process of what? It is the process of emulsification. No? Time's up. Very good. Emulsification is done by bile, specifically the bile salts which are there. Thank you, Stuti. Thank you. Now moving on to the next set of questions. Before that, we have our leaderboard. Okay, I can see we have Shaurya, who's the fastest. We have Uchiha Sasuke, who's a Naruto fan. We have Prithviraj, Raghavan, Anonymous, Kailash, Prasad, Anuradha, Kavya, and Ansh. Very good, everybody. Very good. Yes, I can see that a lot of you are here. A lot of you have got good ranks also. Moving on to control coordination. Next set of 5 questions. Yes? Question number 6. Okay, question number 6. Next set of questions are from control and coordination. Okay? All right. So let's have a look. Electrical impulse travels in a neuron in the form of what? Is it, okay, you have the passage, you have 4 options. Dendrite, axon, axonal end, cell body. You have to figure out how the impulse will travel in a neuron. Okay? This is an easy one actually. We have learnt about neurons, no? So this should be very simple. All right, everyone. So I think we can wind up soon. Very good, very good. Extremely proud of you. The correct flow of electrical impulses from dendrite. Dendrite are the cytoplasmic projections which receives the impulse, transmits it to cell body to axon, axon to axonal end, right? So very good. Now moving on to the next one. Yes, question number 7 on your screens, everybody. This is chapter control and coordination, nervous system. Let's have a look. In a neuron, conversion of electrical impulse to a chemical signal. We learnt about this, no? Happens where? Cell body, axonal end, dendritic end, or axon. There are 2 places where you will get confused. Remember where it is happening. Where it has to jump from. Remember that much. From where to where should it jump? Very good, very good. I'm extremely proud of all of you. I thought you will get confused with dendritic end, but good. Because you know that once the impulse has reached the axonal end, at the axonal end you have neurotransmitters which are in their vesicles. They get released across the synapse and then they are perceived by the dendritic end. Yes? No problem, no problem. Okay. Now moving on to the next one. Question number 8, right? Question number 8. Okay, on your screens. Which is the correct sequence of the components of a reflex arc? Okay. You have 4 from which you need to figure out the correct answer. All right, everybody, this is an easy one. I know, Hackwell, you had a very long day in class, but trust me, after this You've become pro at so many of these chapters, no? All right. Amazing, guys. Amazing. So receptors are perceiving it, sending it to sensory neuron taking it to CNS or your spinal cord. From there, the message is passed, or the decision is taken, sent to motor neuron and then to muscle. Very good. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. All right, so question number 9, right? So let's have a look at question number 9 on your screens. Posture and balance of the body is controlled by what? Is it cerebrum, cerebellum, medulla or pons? We're talking about posture and balance. This is a super easy one, guys. Super easy. Okay. We're talking about posture, body balance, giving you a hint on muscular coordination. Very good. So whenever you see posture, body balance, muscular coordination, think cerebellum. Cerebrum is for memory. Your medulla is for controlling involuntary action like peristaltic movement. Pons is for regulating respiratory movement, right? Posture is how you are standing, right? See how my posture is right now. I'm standing erect or I'll be slouching. These are all things which are controlled by the cerebellum. Now last question from control and coordination, everybody. Let's have a look. Choose the incorrect statement about insulin. You guys should be getting this answer correctly, okay? It is produced from pancreas. It regulates the growth and development of the body. It regulates blood sugar level. Insufficient will cause diabetes. Okay. This is an easy one. So even if you don't know, if you use logic, you will be able to get this answer. All right. Okay, everyone. So I think more or less we are done. Very good, everybody. Very good. We know that insulin is a hormone produced by pancreas. It regulates blood sugar levels. Insufficient amount of insulin will cause diabetes. It regulates growth and development. No, it does not. Right? Yes. I know you selected the correct one. You'll have to read the statement. It is incorrect. Right? Now let's have a look at the leaderboard. Right? Let's see what the leaderboard says. Let's see. I can see Shaurya is still at the fastest. Very good, Shaurya. Raghavan, Prithviraj, Prasad, Anonymous, Kailash, Anuradha, Ansh, Kavya, and I think it's Sameer. No, who's Sasuke? So Sameer is also here. Well done. Now moving on to our last chapter for the day. How do organisms reproduce? Right? So let's have a look. Question number 11. Okay? Yes. Why is this 50-32? Oh, it's okay. Not a problem. Let's get started. The one develops a tough coat and is gradually converted into a seed while dash grows rapidly and forms a fruit. Here 1 and 2 are what? Ovule and pollen, ovule and ovary, anther and pollen, plumule and cotyledon. This is very easy, guys. Very direct question. Very good, very good. Correct answer. Very good, everybody. So we know that dash develops a tough coat and gradually is converted into a seed. We know that ovule is what will develop into a seed and the ovary is going to ripen into forming a fruit, right? Which is why the correct answer is ovule and ovary. Now let's go on to the next one. Question number 12, last set of questions for my amazing, wonderful, brilliant students that I have. Let's see, answer fast to get some more points. In human beings, sperms are present in a fluid as this fluid, okay? Okay, provides dryness to the sperms, provides nutrition to the sperms, is secreted from ovaries, makes transport of sperms easier. So sperms are present in a so-called fluid for a certain reason, right? What is the reason? This is a very logical answer. Even if you didn't pay attention, answer is logic. Yes. So we know that once the sperms are produced and they are transported by the vas deferens, they receive secretions from the accessory glands like prostate, cowpers, and seminal vesicles, so that it forms semen, and this helps in the transport of sperms easier, right? So very direct. Now moving on to question number 13. Last 3 questions for today, right? Okay, let's have a look. In plants, female germ cells, okay? Germ cells is another fancy way of saying gamete. The female gamete is present where? Stamen, anther, stigma, ovary. This is so simple, guys. Such an easy question. I think this is easy peasy, no? How many of you found this easy? मैम इतने easy questions क्यों? आप सबको सभी पता है, इसीलिए ये सब easy peasy है. Easy. Female germ cell is nothing but your egg cell, which is present in the embryo sac, that is there inside the ovule, that is inside the ovary, right? Okay. Can you show the answers alone? I think I'll not be able to show only answers, but you can check it back. All right, second last question for the day, right? Second last question. The contraceptive device which is used to prevent STDs as well as unwanted pregnancies are what? Copper T, condom, oral pill, or loop. We are talking about something which can prevent STD as well as unwanted pregnancy. So, if you want to prevent unwanted pregnancy and STD, that's a sexually transmitted disease, it must form a barrier. Very good, very good. So, see, when we talk about unwanted pregnancies alone, all of these are working, okay? So, we know that all of them can serve as contraceptives. But we're talking about preventing STD. STD is when a transfer of pathogen takes place. So transfer of pathogen takes place when there is direct contact, right? So in copper T, oral pill and loop, we know that there is direct contact between the male and female. But while using a condom, there's a barrier which gets created, which is why that also helps in preventing STDs. Now moving on to the last question for tonight. I cannot believe I'm saying tonight, but yeah, last question for tonight. So let's have a look on our screens. I did not realize that most answers are B. Rhizopus reproduces through what? So easy, guys. Budding, fragmentation, regeneration, spore formation. All right. We have 13 seconds left. I'm sure most of you will get this answer. Yes, rhizopus is nothing but bread mold, right? So it's a kind of fungus, it's a kind of fungi, and that reproduces through spore formation. Easiest questions were from this chapter only. Okay, all right. So guys, last leaderboard for tonight. Let's have a look. Yeah, Fatima, we are done. After this, tata bye-bye only. So here we have Shaurya, who is the fastest. Well done, Shaurya. You maintained your position. I can see that there's Raghavan, Prasad, Ansh, Anonymous, Sameer. I can see Ansari. I think I can see Prithviraj, Soumya, and Kavya. Yes? Very good, everybody. Very good. And more than the Menti, I would like all of you for being such brilliant students, for being very resilient, right? I'm using this word resilient because it's not easy to sit through such a long, session where we looked at 3 very big chapters. Even though we tried to concise it, there was a lot of information. And even though you felt like you were giving up, you never really gave up. You were there throughout. Even though you were telling me, ma'am, khana hai, sona hai, abhi jana hai, Menti karna hai, you still stayed through the whole thing, right? And that's not easy. It's not easy for me either, but I was able to do it because you guys were such amazing students. I will not have, you guys are the best, truly, right? So if you love this class, you love what we do, please make sure that you stay subscribed to our channel. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying through all day. Yes, all right. So thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed today's class. Let me know in the comment section if you still have some doubts and queries. So do not forget to hit that like button, share this video with your friends, and stay subscribed. Ma'am, for IAS, JE or NEET is better. For IAS, you might have to look a little more deeper. JE would be the better option, I feel. But you can, it's up to you, honestly, your comfort. All right, everybody. So see you very soon. See you. Take care. Bye-bye. Good night. And stay subscribed.